Es un
It's a great pleasure to be with you all in this 21st International Meeting of Specialists on Information on the Use of Time and Unpaid Work. This within the framework of the 21st meeting of the Statistical Conference of the Americas that will be held between Tuesday and Thursday of this week. Executive Secretary, dear José Manuel Salazar, it's a pleasure for us to have you here with us. Dear Anna, Director of the Division on Gender Affairs of ECLAC, dear Mauricio Rodriguez Abrod, General Director of Sociodemographic Statistics of INEGI, present with us here today. Dear Celia Aguilar, representing Nadine Gassman, who is the President of the National Women's Institute, who will be with us online. Good morning, Nadine. A great pleasure to have you here. And Celia, General Director for Planning and Evaluation of INEGI Mujeres.
To have you here she's the Deputy Director of the section of Demographic Statistics from UNSD. Y Gabriela Rosero, jefa de la oficina de ONU Mujeres en Chile.
And Gabriela Rosero, head of the Office of UN Women here in Chile, who is a partner for the organization of this meeting. Dear colleagues, specialists of the national statistics offices, mechanisms to promote women and institutions that produce and use statistics on the use of time. Dear colleagues from multilateral entities, colleagues from ECLAC, and likewise we welcome all colleagues present in this room. It's an honor for me to open the 21st International Meeting on Specialists on Information on the Use of Time and Unpaid Work. As mentioned within the 21st meeting of the Statistics Commission of the Americas, after two decades of holding this meeting in Mexico for the first time, we have the pleasure of welcoming here at ECLAC, welcome you all here at ECLAC in order to hold this meeting in our premises located here in Santiago, Chile. This meeting is organized jointly by the Gender Affairs Division, together with the Statistics Division of ECLAC, with the National Institute of Statistics and Geography of Mexico, INEGI, and the National Women's Institute of Mexico, and likewise involving UN Women and the United Nations Statistics Division. We thank our allies for bringing together these efforts in order to promote the technical exchange around surveys, modules, and sets of questions in order to measure the use of time in countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. As you well know, these surveys are a fundamental and very strong statistical instrument in order to view the comprehensive contribution of women to the economy and in order to analyze the structure of inequality based on the sexual division of labor. To date, at least 23 countries in the region have at least one measurement of the use of time. And thus, it is absolutely fundamental to promote the transfer of knowledge and the technical exchange in order to include lessons learned and promote the use of statistics on the use of time in order to contribute towards the design of policies aimed at care policies and gender equality. Without further ado, I would like to offer the floor to the Executive Secretary, José Manuel Salazar, who will share welcoming words on behalf of ECLAC. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Rolando.
Thank you, Rolando. Good morning to all. Good morning and welcome to ECLAC. As Rolando mentioned, In the interest of time, I'm going to be a little briefer. However, I would like to greet Graciela Marquez, who I understand is not here yet, Mauricio Rodriguez, Nadine Gassman, Marco Lagaña, president of INDEC and of the of the Conference of Statistical Conferences of the Americas, and Daniel Awal, Ms. Rosero. Everyone, please welcome. It is a pleasure to have you here for the National Statistics Conference, to the 12th meeting of the Statistical Conference of the Americas, and it is a pleasure to have you here today, colleagues of the UN, of the Division of Gender Affairs, Ana and Rolando, as well as your team, friends all. For us here at ECLAC, it is a pleasure, as Rolando mentioned, to inaugurate and to host for the first time here at ECLAC the 11th meeting of specialists on information for the use of unpaid work in the framework of the 12th meeting of Statistical Conference of the Americas here at ECLAC. This is taking place 20 years after this meeting was held in Mexico. I'd like to recognize Mexico for their permanent leadership with gender perspective, with the exchange and cooperation and drive towards multilateral cooperation for the autonomy of women at a regional and international scope. Friends, the world has been faced with a series of shocks: the pandemic, inflation, food security, the war in Ukraine, and its impact on the price of food and energy, which is added to other long-term impacts such as climate change, demographic, etc. These recent shocks have created other crises that have exacerbated the needs for care and fund financing. All these topics were addressed last week at the UN Assembly, where I had the honor of attending. ECLAC has expressed its concern for the implications of this perfect storm in gender and the guarantee of the rights of women, adolescents, and girls in all their diversity, the exercise of autonomy, and the sustainable development of countries in the region. At the beginning of the month, we saw the indication that the countries in the region will continue to face a low growth economic situation. The GDP should grow only by 1.5%. He corrects himself, 1.5% in 2024, which is slightly lower to 1.7, which has been estimated for 2023. But it is not a short-term situation. The average growth since 2014 has been of only 0.8%, when in the famous lost decade, average growth was 2%. So we are finishing a second decade that is more lost than the lost decade in the 80s. It is much more difficult to promote and finance the transformations that are needed for greater inclusion, sustainability, and equality with a region that is ill and has no growth. It is important to accelerate our actions, and we must do so with better statistical information for better decision making. That is why the Observatory for Equality in Latin America and the Caribbean, created by ECLAC through the mandate of the 10th meeting of Latin America and the Caribbean, has allowed us to collect, process, and analyze strategic indicators to monitor advances in the women's autonomy and, of course, to address these structural inequalities. We observe a deceleration in women's participation in the workplace and therefore having less access to their own salary. And of course, we see unpaid or non-remunerated work in the household, and the participation of men in this work is not increased. So this constitutes an obstacle for the inclusion of women in the workplace, and we see an aging of the population as well as the pandemic and climate change, which have brought about further hardships. And however, this increasing situation makes it necessary to have necessary investments, and that will offer a double opportunity. It will allow us to create more employment for the future, and it will make economic growth and inclusive growth more dynamic, including non remunerated work in the household. Latin America is the only region in the world where, for 25 years, the UN and civil society have met at the Women's Meeting for Latin America and the Caribbean to identify the advances and challenges, the autonomy of women, and the achievement of gender equality. The agreements that arise from these conferences, these regional conferences on women, feed the gender agenda in a very ambitious and comprehensive manner to guide public actions with a strong synergy with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. In the 15th Conference of Latin America on Women, which took place in 2022, which was my second activity in taking on my position here at ECLAC, it was very impressive. The Buenos Aires commitment was adopted, and it aimed to find a development system that will prioritize and recognize that the care economy is important, important to guarantee the rights of persons who require care, as well as the persons that provide this care.
También se comprometieron a promover la contabilización.
They also committed to understanding the multiplying factors, understanding labor participation or women's participation in the workplace, and the growth of our economies, as well as the macroeconomic impact of the care economy through the periodic measurement of time use, the valuation of unpaid work in national accounts, and the realization of exercises, costs, and calculation of return on investment of policies and care systems. The meeting that we're inaugurating today is key to advance towards these objectives and to contribute towards the improvement of conceptual, methodological, and technical frameworks to measure the use of time and care. I would like to congratulate you for the advances that I've been informed of by our colleagues. As a region, I believe we have made great progress, although there is still much to be done. But this favors the generation of statistics, comparable statistics with gender perspective at a technical level. There's two conferences, the Conference of Women in Latin America and the Caribbean, and the Statistical Conference of the Americas that we will be attending this week. And it has been able to measure the use of time, the classification of activities for Latin America and the Caribbean, CAUTAL, the classification of time use activities for Latin America and the Caribbean, and the methodological guide on time use measurements in Latin America and the Caribbean. It's important. We've had the collaboration of the CA and ECLAC, as well as INU Women, where they have looked at figures for the implementation of public policies. Friends, the excess burden of unpaid work for women throughout the pandemic has made visible this link that there is between unpaid work, patriarchal discrimination, and the knots, the links that we see that recognize the rights of women and advancing towards substantive equality. Through COVID 19, women dedicated around 45 hours of work to unpaid work and care. It was 3 times more than that of men, and it was related to the care services accompanying children in their education, either in or out of the schools, caring for the ill, and of course, the care of the population with the closing of a series of establishments that provided care. The relevance for social welfare speaks of the fact that our models don't reflect the systematic care of in the household that is unpaid work and that is mostly carried out by women. Our effort is pioneering, and at present, 23 countries in Latin America and the Caribbean have some sort of measurements on the use of time, and some have contributed with information on unpaid work in the household. 5 of these have a satellite account of unpaid work information, and they established that this work would be equivalent to 18.8% of the GDP, and of this, 74% is carried out by women, 3/4 in all. So the time use surveys are one of the most important tools to make visible the contribution of women to the economy and to make visible the sexual differences and the division of by gender in the workplace. And it is important to take into account the time use surveys in our statistics with defined sources of funding through the statistics offices, and of course, all on the calendar with periodic follow up carried out by all of the countries. To conclude, I would like to celebrate once more the fact that we are here together working on this information which is knowledge, which is necessary for decision making. Thank you very much, and I'd like to wish you a very fruitful meeting.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Executive Secretary. We now have a video from the chair of INEGI, Graciela Marquez. I don't know if this is ready to be posted. The meeting on experts and information on time use and unpaid has been held every year, and this is a special place in order to exchange ideas and on the challenges that are faced and the practices on the use of information on time use. The poverty amongst women and the way they use their time, as well as health care, have been crucial for these meetings. We have also heard about the time that is devoted to culture, leisure, and this allows us to measure and to show off the gender gaps in time use. Likewise, the thoughts on the use of information on time use has been recurrent, as well as the progress in the methodology and its quality in these statistics, always trying to harmonize the system between countries in the region. Aside from that, we have technological change, and that is so important in the time use and in the social and cultural aspects of life. Notwithstanding that, it is still very interesting for statistical world the way women and men spend their times in cities and rural places, in indigenous towns, in terms of the demands for care. For us, data on time use is the best possible source in order to face these challenges. We are aware of the need for collaboration and a multidisciplinary work that is so needed in order to continue with updated information and to respond to the current demands. INEGI thus is facing this commitment to continue with this kind of exchange. Thus, we will be able to continue providing quality, relevant, truthful, and timely information on time use. Thank you, madam. I now give the floor to Mauricio Rodriguez, Director of the Demographic Division, in order to close the INEGI's participation. Thank you. I appreciate the invitation to be here with authorities and experts in time use measurement. The chairperson from INEGI has already talked about the importance of time use information for all our states and countries in order to give an economic, social, and political side of the impact on the way women use their time, both for unpaid as well as paid work. There are also activities that have to do with leisure and socializing that is part of the activities so that people may achieve true well being. As part of these activities, I'd like to say that as of November last year, the board of INEGE conducted the time use survey in Mexico. As a result, we are thus able to provide a better methodology to that survey. But naturally, this must be revised from public sector in order to see what's happening with the time use. And we also have a different statistical tests that allow us to measure other things related to time use. As we already said, technology brings in challenges, not only to measure time use and the changes in the labor world, but also it brings in new opportunities to include other aspects in time use in order to provide information to the public policy measure, authorities. We would now like to reinstate Mexicans' commitment to these events. We believe that the meeting on experts on information and time use is a collective effort. We are able to update the information that is of importance to all persons and countries in the region. Let me once more thank you for the invitation to be here. I do hope you have a very fruitful meeting. Thank you, Mauricio and Graciela. I will now give the floor to Nadine Gassman, who is the chairperson of the National Women's Institute from Mexico. Nadine, you have the floor. We will have a virtual contact with Nadine. We're waiting for her to get connected. Good morning. Can you hear me? Indeed. Please go ahead. Thank you. I did have some technical glitches, but we're okay now. I'd like to greet you all with affection. Unfortunately, I cannot be there with you in presence, but I'm very, very happy to be able to participate in the inaugural part of this 21st meeting of experts on information on time use and unpaid work that is being held in Santiago, Chile. I'd like to greet Jose Manuel Salazar, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, my colleagues from INEGI, Graciela Marquez and Mauricio Rodriguez Abreuza, Francesca Gruma, Deputy Director, and Chief of Demographic and Social Statistics Section from UN, Gabriela Rosero, Head of the UN Women Office in Chile, Mr. Ocampo from Statistic Division NECLAC, and everybody from statistical offices as well as divisions for the advancement of women who are with us in this meeting, both in presence and virtually. I also would like to greet my own colleagues. I thank all the organizers, ECLAC, INEGE, UN Women, Statistical Division from UN, and all of those who participate in the National Institute for Women from Mexico for this event. We are able to talk about the importance of measuring time use and its relationship with our own goal of going towards fair, solidary, humanistic societies, always having in mind the care situation. I also would like to appreciate Anna Westmith, Gabriela, and all of the authorities from ECLAC. And I'd like to also express our gratitude for those who have been here before us. This is something that has been going on for more than 2 decades. Pablo, Marquena, Marcela, Tenora, Celia, Amaro, all of those who were pioneers in the creation of this statistical data with a gender perspective. This meeting after Mexico is indeed a very important effort in order to streamline what's happening in our national economies. We must consider the crucial role that women have in reaching development and well-being into the future. Measuring time use with a gender perspective, as well as reliable, timely, disaggregated statistical data, allows us to bring to the surface the work that is conducted by men and women and the policies that will bring in care as a right for everybody in all nations. The time has come to recognize the importance of care and to value the replication that brings in through women's labor. We must thus improve their living conditions in order to narrow down the gaps between men and women. Mexico and our President Lopez Obrador believe that it's very important to work for everybody's well-being, but mainly for the most vulnerable groups. That is why, first, we should have in mind that the poor population. We recognize that the care policies and the right to care is something that requires a full reorganization with the active participation of the state, community, private sector in the provision of these services. Now, based on the National Survey on Time Use, INUD, as of November last year, provides this kind of information in Mexico. And we are now clear about the unequal burden of the care system in Mexico. As we all know, women devote 50 hours a year to the unpaid household work, whereas men 20. Women also devote 67% of their own time to unpaid work at home, whereas men only 28%. Thus, in Mexico, we are working in order to have a care system that will consider quality services that can be accessible, such as taking care of children, infants, or the care center for older persons, so that women may have time for work, so that they may have some kind of a salary and thus improve their own lives. At ECLAC, we conducted a study that says that investment in care is of 1.2 and 1.4% of GDP in our countries, but the return is tremendous in favoring the economic autonomy of women. Can be done through care policies that will return in 1.77 and almost 4% of jobs. I would like to finish off by repeating the importance of this meeting in order to redouble efforts in all that we must do locally, nationally, and internationally so that information on time use will not remain in mere paper, so that it will allow for strengthening public policy as is done with statistics at large in order to narrow the gaps, in order to meet also the goals and the strategies of the regional and international agendas to improve the lives of our people. I do hope that today we will be able to have a very fruitful event and that the agreements will leverage the use of information in order to go towards care societies that will face the challenges and the goals that will help us push forward the gender agenda, building this care society. Together, we must make headway. And in statistics, we certainly will be able to do so. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Nadine, for your introductory remarks. The executive secretary has said that we must be punctual. So I will immediately give the floor to Gabriela Rosero, head of the UN office in Chile, and afterwards Francisca Grum. You have the floor, Gabriela.
Buenos días. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It is an honor for you and women to participate in this 21st International Meeting of Specialists and Information on Time Use and Unpaid Work. Thank you very much, Rolando Campo, for chairing this meeting. My greetings, Jose Manuel Salazar, Garcela Marquez, Mauricio Rodriguez, Nadine Gassman, Celia Aguilar, and particularly Anna Westmas. For the past 21 years, international meetings of specialists in information on time use and unpaid work offer an ideal space for the exchange of experiences and the progress on time use and its methodologies, the use of information and the rolling out of the results for the analysis and formulation of public policies. This meeting, which has been conducted since 2002 in Mexico and for the first time this year in Chile, in the framework of the Statistics Conference of the Americas, bring us together today to the National Statistics Offices, the mechanisms for the advancement of women, experts, academics, scholars, as well as the United Nations agencies, to reflect on 4 topics of great importance for the region: the production and dissemination of time use statistics and the use for equality policies, the needs of information in the context of the configuration of the national care systems, the potentials and challenges of the valuation of the household work and unpaid work in the national accounts, and as to the new dynamics and time use and methodological challenges ahead. I would like to remind you that the Buenos Aires commitment signed by the states of the region in the framework of the Regional Conference of Women in November past year fully acknowledges the unfair distribution of time use and the current social organization of care, which in an inordinate way affect women, particularly those who live in the context of poverty, adolescent, young and older women, indigenous women of African descent, rural women with the disability, deprived of freedom, migrants and refugees, as well as LGBTQ plus persons. We're convinced that the persons who paid on an unpaid work, mostly women, are entitled to free time to have projects of life free from violence and have economic autonomy that will allow them to participate socially and politically in society. To attain these objectives, it is necessary to count with a system that, apart from reducing the care the burden of care, should acknowledge it and distribute it. Latin America and the Caribbean, the importance of care breaking with the current sexual division of work has been positioned progressively in terms of time. Many countries are advancing in the recognition of unpaid household and care work, which accounts show the efforts to incorporate time use and incorporate them into satellite accounts. At a regional level, more than 12 countries have been designing and implementing comprehensive care system with the technical support of young women. We consider it is key to provide continuity to the survey of time and time use and the social perspectives of care in the family, which will permit evaluating the incidence of the system of the distribution of unpaid work. The data allow us to see the reality. Our region has pioneered use of innovative technologies in elaborating conceptual framework and measurement instruments at the classification of the activities for time use of Latin America and the Caribbean, and methodological guidelines on the time use in the region. This meeting is key to promote the transfer of knowledge and the lessons learned with the purpose of making visible the comprehensive contribution of women to the economy as a whole. I would like to stress once again the appeal to bring you all together in the community for the measurement of the care society that we launched early this year in Aguascalientes, Mexico, as a fruit of the strategic partnership between UN Women and INEGIC Mexico, UN Women and ECLAC, with the coordination of INE Chile and the Global Alliance of Care. We invite the statistics community of the region, statistics office, mechanisms for the advancement of women, and academic expert communities to join this community of practice so that we can build measurements that deal to the transition of comprehensive care systems. Stress once again the commitment of UN Women to continue to support the generation of data and its analysis, and with that, that will permit making visible the current time use, and with it, the real incidence in public policies, in the budgets, and in the legislative changes that are needed to advance in gender equality and the empowerment of women. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Our chairman has to leave for agenda conflicts. He has to inaugurate a meeting in 5 minutes. So we now go with the words of our dear friend Francesca Brum, who is the Assistant Director and Head of the Demographic Statistics and Social Statistics of the Statistics Division in the UN.
So you have the floor.
Thank you, Rolando. Just checking that you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you, but we don't see you. Now we see. We are.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning and many thanks, Rolando and Anna. I would also like to give a warm welcome to all the participants and also acknowledge our distinguished panelists, Jose Manuel Salazar, Graciela Marquez, Mauricio Rodriguez, Nadine Gassman, and Gabriela Rosero. And of course, all the chief statisticians and colleagues and friends that are with us today. I would have loved to be there with you, of course. Instead, I'm here stuck in New York in a very rainy and cold New York. On behalf of the United Nations Statistics Division, I would like to express how proud we are in co-organizing this event with INEGI, Mujeres, ECLAC, and UN Women, as this annual meeting, now in its 21st gathering, has become a crucial reference point for the work on time use data in the region and globally. Let me start by recognizing and praising the remarkable commitment of this region in measuring time use and its active engagement in methodological developments that are relevant and serve as model for the global community. For instance, under Mexico leadership, the region has made significant contributions to the development of the International Classification of Activities for Time Use Statistics, or ICATUS 2016, as well as to the global methodological guidelines for modernizing time use surveys, all while aligning with and promoting regional priorities. And of course, the participation of our friends and colleagues from HI Mujeres as co-organizers and experts in this event is instrumental in ensuring that our discussion remains focused on producing fit for purpose and policy relevant information. As for the topic we are discussing, time use data to move towards a care society, I would also like to underscore that your region, the Latin America and the Caribbean region, has demonstrated a unique level of priority and urgency when it comes to care-related issues, especially measuring and valuing the time devoted to unpaid care work. And on this, I'm pleased to inform you that building on the outcomes and priorities highlighted in the region, just last month, the UN Statistics Division, in collaboration with Statistics South Africa, organized the 9th Global Forum on Gender Statistics that also recognized care as a fundamental policy concern, a priority that covers all 3 pillars of development. Further, during the Global Forum, participants stressed the importance of harnessing time use data as integral components of official statistics, including for the compilation of satellite or extended accounts on unpaid household service work, but also in terms of national time transfer accounts. Time use data were recognized as crucial in measuring and valuing what truly matters to people and the planet, and are well aligned with the vision articulated in the Secretary General's report, Our Common Agenda, which calls for a renewed social contract. From my past attendance at your meetings, I know that today's discussions will be extremely enriching, with a lot of sharing of many national experiences, so please take good notes. In closing, let me acknowledge the UN Development Account Project titled Time Use Data for Better Policies in Africa, Western Asia, and Latin America, for providing the funds that enabled the UNSD to contribute to this important event. I look forward to our continued partnership with you all and to many other opportunities to working together. Many thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Francesca. Y con esto cerramos el bloque.
With this, we close the block of the inaugural words for this session. We will go to session number 1 that deals with the recent results on the time use in Latin America and the Caribbean, information for care and gender equality policies, that will be moderated by Lucia Escudo, Senior Social Affairs Officer, SECLAC. So thank you very much to each one of you, and we will see you tomorrow in the Statistics Conference of the Americas. Thank you very much, Rolando. And you're all welcome. All the representatives of the different nations who are with us, colleagues from the UN system, and of course, this working team of 4 institutions that for so many years have shared together all the prior organization and the satisfaction of each meeting. Today, after this parenthesis of the pandemic, we can meet again physically, have a big hug, and I know that you did it a month ago in Aguascalientes in an international meeting with great success. The first session was considered as for having a direct immersion in the most recent experiences in time use measurements, And as always, considering not only those who are stimulating the direct survey, but the institutions who are the main users. And in the case of those who will be speaking today, Argentina and Uruguay, mechanisms for the advancement of women, institutions that are also involved from the technical standpoint in the committees and the commissions and in the organizing of these surveys. I will not take any further. We're a bit delayed, and Marco Lavagna has some other commitments, so he might have to leave the session before it's over. So I would like to give him the floor. I will not waste time in introducing them. Only the current position. Marco Lavagna is the director of INEC from Argentina. And to start this round of conversations, we would like to ask him to share with us what are the main results of this time use measurement survey was in Argentina. What are the results that from the standpoint of the statistics production have had an impact on the technical people and the INDEC team, and what has the dissemination process been for these results that I know Marco has done very directly. I will only write something that deals with the methodological aspect that maybe we can go deeper into later. You know that Argentina is the only country that in the last round has utilized diaries for the survey. So maybe he can give us comments on that aspect. That will be very welcome. So you have your 9 minutes of participation starting now.
Gracias.
First of all, thank you very much. Thank you, ECLAC, and to INEGI for organizing this event. I will try to speak in 9 minutes. It will be difficult because I want to share many very interesting results. First of all, an important data, which is that in the case of Argentina, since late 2019, we have a law that makes it mandatory for the Statistical Institute to conduct every 2 years a survey on time use. That is Law 27,532. At that time, I was a member of Congress, and therefore I voted this law, and now I suffer it from the other side. So if you're congressmen and women, please take that reality into consideration. Now, discussing methodological aspects, an important issue for us is that this survey, we decided to conduct it as an independent survey and not to include it in the permanent household surveys, because that enabled us to analyze in this issue in greater detail, possibly in order to update it, because there are structural changes that take more time. One could think of establishing a combination between independent surveys and a module within permanent household surveys. But in any case, that is something that is yet to be analyzed. This first one was conducted as an independent survey. The previous one, which was held in 2013, had been a much more limited module and within the household survey. And this one that we conducted between October and December of 2021 was conducted in a fully independent fashion with a national scope of 31 agglomerates plus cities greater than 100,000 inhabitants, and that implied a very important part of our national territory. We're speaking of a sample of around 28,520 households, with a great specificity in the sense that it was conducted completely with mobile devices, and that led us to develop a specific app for the time use survey. Now, we needed to use tablets necessarily because of what I mentioned beforehand in terms of the activities diary that enabled us to establish 10-minute segments with an overimposition of activities of up to 3 activities per at a time, the famous multitasking that we wanted to measure. At the same time, the survey also investigated the strategies for the organization of care, and we were able to analyze this at the level of household members who cares for the various people that require care, the older persons in the household that are in charge of this. Led us to evidence progress in terms of the care diamond, which is a very interesting issue that I will refer to later on. Major results, well, we have a rate of share in occupation of 46.4% of the population that was surveyed. That means 8 hours and 27 minutes. In the case of unpaid work, we have 83.8% in terms of the share, 5.20 hours in terms of this share. And in terms of personal care activities, we have highlighted the use of communications media, educational activities, sleeping time, recreational activities. That provided us with very interesting results that I am not going to dwell on in detail now, but they are obviously present in the report per gender to have a look at times in each case. And now, um, analyzing the rate of participation in greater detail, and in terms of time at work and unpaid work, we have a 94.7% in terms of the rate of participation in the case of women, and 90.9% in the case of men. Clearly, when it comes to paid work, we have a greater participation on the part of men, practically 60%, compared to practically 38% in the case of women. Now, obviously, in unpaid work, we have a 92% approx in the case of women versus 75% in the case of men. Now, when we analyze this in terms of number of hours or effective time, we find that women definitely have a time at work which is greater, 9 hours and 20 minutes, and this has to do with a combination of work in occupation and unpaid work. In terms of work, women have what the figures that you can see here, and men have 9 hours in the case of uh, paid work versus 3.4 hours in the case of unpaid work. Clearly, this implies that women have time in unpaid and paid work, which is greater than in the case of men. Now, when we look at this in terms of age groups, we find that it is what is very interesting is that the biggest difference is between 30 and 64 years, where women have 12 hours and 7 minutes for paid work, and men have 3.3 hours and 46 minutes. Obviously, you have that between 14 and 29. I believe that I didn't mention this in the survey, was for people 14 years of age and older. And that is where we collected data. Obviously, the rate of participation there uh, evidences the most important gaps. Now, when we analyze households that have people that demand care, we find that in those households, or where there are people that demand care, the gap is far greater than in those households that do not, where they don't have members that demand care. We find a gap because women devote 8 hours and 59 minutes to unpaid work, whilst men do that in 4 hours and 36 minutes. Obviously, the gap there becomes greater in the case of um, homes, in the case of households where members require care in terms of the educational level, and this is very interesting how the greater educational level, the gaps become smaller. Obviously, the paid work for women and men in the case of a high educational level is a small difference, but it's very interesting to analyze this within the segment of, to look at this within the segment of women, where the gap between very low educational uh, low educational levels in households versus the high educational level and that type of household. The rate of occupation of women is 22.4% in the case of households with very low educational levels. That is practically 53. They're practically 53% participate compared to households with high educational level, and therefore it's important to analyze how this gap becomes smaller per educational level, but also to analyze how within women, how educational levels have an impact. In unpaid work, when one looks at this with regards to the educational level of the household, we find that those households that have a lower educational level, the rate of participation is greater, the gaps are bigger than in the case of households with greater educational levels. Now, when one measures this in terms of time, despite the fact that in the case of men, between those men that have a low and high educational level, that is lower, as is also as occurs in the case of women, and that is and the time devoted by men to unpaid work is fairly similar. Now, when we break down the unpaid work of women, well, women devote more than 6 hours of their time, whilst men devote 3.4, 40 hours, and work to support other households or volunteer work is fairly similar in the case of men and women. And when it comes to domestic work, well, obviously, the time devoted by women to this is practically twice as much as that of men. The care diamond, as I said, obviously, I have placed this here, including the total of people that require care, but we could do this uh, per household that requires care for children or older persons. But what we see here are very low share on the part of the market when it comes to care, and the scarce participation or the potential for growth that the community and the state have for this type of task. There is very interesting information here, enabling us to view the possibilities that exist in order to continue to support this sector. Now, in terms of dissemination, I am rushing ahead beyond the presentation of the report, beyond a specific statistical dossier about time use. We have also developed an integrated statistical system of social statistics that enables us to show, as from the viewpoint of welfare and capabilities, the various gaps, the present and future well-being, and to be able to focus well-being on all social statistics and how we present them to the population. We are working on this. Giselle will probably discuss this in greater detail later. On the satellite account of unpaid worker, we have discussed the account for income generation, and we have published this per input of mixed input labor force, gender, and age for paid work. And now we're looking at the satellite account for unpaid work. A specificity that the survey has and the way in which we disseminated it is that beyond placing the micro database so that everyone can conduct estimates, we have developed an analytical tool available to users based on that enables users to conduct their own estimations, their own indicators, considering the estimation of errors and reliability intervals for these indicators. This is a tool that the name is not very adequate, but is a SAMRED bot. And we're thinking of a more attractive name for it, but basically that enables us to conduct all the estimates using the micro database and as much detail as possible. And an experimental statistics that we have developed. It is as yet unused in terms of the survey on time use, but where the time use survey will enable us to develop it further is the development of a rearing basket, and not only considering the need for goods and services for boys, girls, and teenagers, but also the time that they demand in terms of care. And this had a tremendous impact in Argentina for everything related to legal decisions on what parents have to pay for their children. This is theoretical, but this type of survey enables us uh, or will enable us, if we advance with a satellite account, to develop various statistics that have specific impacts on the on daily lives. This basket is an experimental statistics. It has to be developed further, but it is an example of how we must continue to work with these types of surveys and with these details so that we can improve the livelihood of each person. Thank you very much. Thank you, Marco. And very interesting information that you will be sharing not only today but also during the statistical conference of the Americas meeting. Now we move on to Guatemala, which has a different way of collecting information, and we'll offer the floor to Brenda Miranda, National Institute of Statistics of Guatemala, who will share the experience of Guatemala in the 5 measurements that they have conducted so far based on modules incorporated into the survey on living conditions and on LINE, the survey on employment. And here we want to know not only of the results of the last module, but also of the complexities, challenges, and the potential of incorporating a module in the National Employment Survey. Thank you.
Yes. Good morning. Thank you all. As you mentioned, in Guatemala, we're picking up again on the household surveys. We had withdrawn it at some point, given the requests of some of the users of surveys. They didn't find the measurement of time use as relevant. So we have resumed this effort. It is a survey of the labor market, and we're now trying to include all the information that we can observe in a timely fashion. This is about the activities in the household. It is unpaid work, domestic work of women, and there is a gap of 46.2% participation, higher than that of men. In Guatemala, I can say that we have 7.1 million women, and of this 7.1 million women, we are observing this gap. The household survey is very small, and it's a small sample. It includes the metropolitan region, the national rural area, and it is 596 sectors. That means 122,000 people surveyed. We will now be sharing with the new measurement of the labor market. We will have more important elements for the measurement. The measurements on time use of unpaid work, depending on the sex and age, will offer us very detailed information on how people distribute their time. It identifies gender gaps and inequalities. I'd like to present some measurements that are relevant. We see that the women of Guatemala work 129 hours a week, while men work 103 hours a week. Irrespective of gender, they dedicate more hours of their work to the market, and that has to do with unpaid household work or domestic work. As we can see, in work for the markets, we have 50.2%, 34.9% is volunteer work, 44.4% is unpaid domestic work. In our country, we also see that persons 15 years and older, we find that 68.8% of women are in the labor market and 36.5% in household. And the women have basically dedicated themselves to unpaid work in the household, oscillating between 35.8% and 89.3%, while men have specifically dedicated themselves to working in the market. Of the people that carry out unpaid domestic work in the household, we see that 69% are women, with the exception of household repairs. And there we see that 88.5% of the people that do this are men. With the remaining activities, we see that women have the highest participation. In the unpaid activities, we see that women have the highest percentage in the household and, of course, also care work. In terms of support to the community, men have 0.8% participation. They dedicate more time than women to that area. In this other table, we see that there are 8 activities in the household that women dedicate themselves to. The highest percentage is 65.2%, and women dedicate more time a week than men to this activity. What follows? Washing clothes, organizing the house, and women have a difference of 62.1%. As you can see in this graph, we can better observe the difference of participation between men and women in terms of household work, care, and minor repairs in the household. So mostly, women dedicate 42.5 hours, while men dedicate 20.3 hours to the household. In terms of caring for children, women still have a higher participation, it's 21.4. Therefore, women dedicate more time to caring for children than men. If we look at the hours a week that they dedicate every week to this, women dedicate 11.1, while women dedicate 21.4 to them. Here we see women 15 years or older, where most of them we see are working as salespersons, as household workers, domestic workers, and other minor jobs. And we also see paid and unpaid work of women 15 years and over. Here we see some information that allow us to recognize whether the policies adopted have actually affected the participation. The measurement by gender is more simple because we can see which would offer greater assistance. We can see the public and private worlds in the formulation of programs and public policies. We can also see that in unpaid work, meaning in the household, we see that domestic work has a highest participation, which is 62.5%, but in the older group, 55 and older, it's 63.5. In the activities that make up domestic work in the household, those that have a highest percentage of organizing and cleaning the house are women. And in cooking, we see 42 to 35 to 44 years of age. Here we see 51% of women participate in these activities. With respect to caring for the household, the group of 35 to 44 is the group that dedicates the highest number of hours, but in caring for older people, the group of 45 to 54 is a 46% of people dedicating themselves to this activity. In conclusion, statistics are what allow us to understand how important unpaid work is and that it is measured in terms of hours dedicated to care and household activities. And it is important because part of what we've collected. So the data is part of the survey carried out, and it is the aim was to analyze the participation of women in the labor market and the unpaid work they carry out as well. Now, with the survey on living conditions, which actually has a measurement of 22 apartments in the country, we also see a module that is much more complete on time use, and we will be able to comment on the use of time of women in Guatemala and gender. As we can see, Guatemala is a country that has multiple languages. Thank you. So, thank you very much for your presentation. We'd now like to offer the floor to Costa Rica, also a country with a great tradition in the use of time. Freddy Araya is part of the National Institute of Statistics and Census in Costa Rica. So, Freddy, apart from sharing results, we'd like to know whether the measurements that you're going to present can be compared with the previous surveys, and is there any result that has caught your attention, especially taking into account that Costa Rica has pioneered these efforts with the National Network for the Care of Early Childhood, which has led to a lot of dialogue, not only in terms of the production, but also the use of information in public policies. Freddie, good morning. Greetings to all. Has my presentation been uploaded? I'd like to share a little about this. I wanted to have the methodological aspects. There is, in our country, there's a law that allows the INEC to carry out surveys on satellite data. This offers us a mandate to carry it out every 5 years with the National Annual Plan for Statistics. It's extremely important to take into account that we should have comparability, as Lucia mentioned. We carried out the first survey in 2017. It's a survey that is a little simpler, and some thematic elements that were mentioned, and we could have comparability. This survey is carried out for people 2 years of age and older that find themselves in the household, and of course, it is done through direct informants. The sample was 562 sampling units, accounting for 6,744 households. 10,227 people 12 years and older. It was done at a national level in residential zones. And the difference with 2017 was that we only had national level areas with urban and rural zones, but we have now expanded the sample to the planning region. So the framework is based on the previous census. The census was carried out in 2011. It is probabilistic, stratified, and in two stages. It was carried out between October 10th to November 25th in 2022, and the national response rate was 88%. I'd like to share that we are a country that has a list of activities that would like to answer these surveys. We have 17 activities summarized in these main sections that include employment, consumption in the household, and other activities that I will not read in the interest of time, but that have been based on Cautal. And the idea was to bear in mind the classification of economic activities carried out enacted in 2017 with the National Institute for Women that had carried out a survey in the metropolitan area. I'd also like to mention that one of the other differences that the 2022 survey presents is the care of people. That section is expanded because we had the care of people 12 years and older. Now it is 12 to 64, and then from 65 years of age and over. This is very important so that we can specifically look at each age group. In general, as we all know, time use surveys measure different work activities, and work is considered as unpaid work, paid work, self-consumption work, and other volunteer work to other households or to the community. And then we have personal needs, leisure, and educational activities. Those are all not considered as work. In the indicators, we have a participation rate, which was people over 12 years of age, and we're going to focus on the effective average time, and some other indicators, unfortunately, I cannot include.
Now, in talking about the labor activities, first, the unpaid household work. In a design of this kind of questionnaire, if we're looking at men and women that are participating, as we can see, and there, men and women don't have that much a difference between these activities. But in time use, yes, there are big differences. And we can see that women dedicate 32 hours a week and men 15 hours. And that was 22. I will be concentrating on last year. And I'd like to say that we do have a difference of 16 hours and a half more for women vis-a-vis men. And this means that there's a big gap between men and women. And these are very important for this use. Now, in talking about paid work, we can see that women devote 40 hours and men 50 hours with some minutes. This is with a participation rate for men of 68% and for women 43. There is 25 points difference in the participation between men and women, but the men also devote 10 hours more than women per week. In talking about self-consumption, for 22, women devote 4.38 hours, whereas men 7.42. In talking about voluntary work and households and into the community, women devote 5 hours and men 4. We can see here with labor activities that men have more participation in paid work and self-consumption. Now, as to the main activities involved here, we see those where both men and women devote more time. Here we see that women devote 3 hours, 58 to care for women who are fully dependent, whereas men devote 7 hours, 19 minutes to the care of youngsters below 12 years of age. This is very important. Naturally, in participation rate, these are young people because it all depends on how many people live in that household, whether they're kids or not. As to the second activity, women devote more time in the preparation of food stuff. In case of men, they care for fully dependent persons. And this is very important in measuring care systems. And the third activity where women devote more time has to do with youngsters. And fourth, cleaning activities. And in men, the third activity has to do with uh, caring and maintenance of the home. As to unpaid household work, here we have to do with people from 12 to 64 years of age. Here we see that women participate in 15%, whereas men 14%. And we're talking about an average of hours for 7 and 2 for men. In the care of persons older than 65 years, the participation of men is of 3.4% and 3 hours 55 minutes, whereas for men, 2.6% and 2 hours 29 minutes. In the care of a fully dependent persons older than 12 years, 1.3% and 6 hours for men, and for women, 2% and 13 hours at 32 minutes. In most cases, women participate more and they devote more hours. It's important to say that in talking about 2022, we published this, and it's in INEX website, by the way. Here we have time where we're doing things and other things as well. And this is very important because this is a passive care, as we call it, whereas people are caring for the person passively, but also doing other things, whether paid or unpaid. And we have exclusive time here also devoted to an activity and also passive care. This also has a direct effect on satellite accounts. It's very important to say that another change we've had in the 22 survey was to create a quintile of income in homes in order to see the economic sides of what's happening there. And in talking about unpaid household work, the more the quintile of income, the lesser number of hours women devote. 36.56 in the first quintile for women, and in the last 27 hours. In for men, it's the other way around. And this has to do with the level of education. For men in the first quintile, they devote to the homes 14 hours 36 in unpaid, whereas in the last quintile, they devote 18 hours 22 minutes. We can see that there is a big difference between what's happening between men and women, notwithstanding the quintile, but there is a greater participation of men according to the quintiles. And here we see that the ratio is the same with paid work. As to leisure time, here we can say that on an aggregate level, women devote 72 hours, 0.5 a week, and men 70 hours and 55 minutes in free time activities. And men 38 and women 36. In educational activities, women devote 27 hours and men 28. Now, leisure activities, we see that men devote more time and they enjoy more of these free times, except for a coexistence between in households where women uh, devote more time. In the global burden for 22, women devoted 71 hours and men 69. Now, in talking about 2017, the sample time was increased in 32%. And with the time use surveys, we can have information for the whole country. Uh, this helps in planning, and it can be analyzed with different social, demographic, and economic variables, and that involves education, migration status, etc. As of 22, Enut made the division of care for people that are fully or not fully dependent. And it's also included the income quintile. We also considered the time that children must take to go to school. We also added people with mobility issues and other characteristics of people who live there, whether they are kids, whether they are fully dependent people, whether they are older persons. In short, a lot of variables allow us to characterize the time use in households. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Freddy. That was very interesting to have the possibility of having access to this comparative data. We know that there was an effect due to the pandemic. Now let's see what happens in the next round. I will now give the floor to Colombia. I am going to adjust this agenda. Unfortunately, the director of Uruguay, Diego Abal, has not been able to be with us. But if you agree, in order to finish with these physical presentations, we will now give the floor to Piedad Urdinola, who is the National Administrative Department of Statistics Director from Colombia. As Marco well said, this is a law that is entrusted every 3 years on time use for posterior publication. Piedad, thank you so much for being here with us. I'd like to ask what have been the main changes, although Colombia does have the possibility of looking backwards to see what are the main changes vis-a-vis the previous uh, census, and this allows us to compare. What are the state agencies that are present in the demanding and in using this kind of data in Colombia? Thank you. Well, thank you. Good morning. It is indeed a pleasure to be here and talk about such important matters. In Colombia, by law, we must conduct this survey in time use and unpaid work. As in other countries, this is independent from other kinds of surveys. I'd like to say that in Colombia, We have been measuring this from 2016. We have a law, 1413 from 2010, that entrusts us to conduct this kind of survey. And we see all of the information that comes from official statistical data, not only social and household surveys, we also have to do with economic systems. And here I'd like to state the importance of these kind of surveys because it allows us to have instruments that are related to other kinds of statistical data that are produced in our own office. Now, this law says that DANE must design an instrument that will bring in information on unpaid household work, and this is to be done every 3 years. It will be allow us to define and to follow up the impact of this information on public policy. This survey was done 2012, 2013, and the last 2020, 21. And this follows different populations and different rural areas. And as you can see in the map, this excludes the east of the Amazons and the Orinoco area, where we have less demographic concentration. It really covers the rest of the nation. With this survey, we wish to create information in order to measure the care economy through satellite account on the care economy, producing basic information for the indicators in order to formulate, follow up, and assess a public policy with a gender focus, as well as produce information for the construction of indicators to follow up and evaluate a public policy having to do with time use. Here we see the applications used 12, 13, 16, 17, 2021. We expect that next year, 24 and 25. Here we have published the results obtained. The collection lasts for 1 year, for 52 years, between September 1st and August 31st. We conduct this operation, and at the end, we have the results that are made available to the public. And in 2021, this was done differently because of the pandemic. As you can see, during these years, we collected the national survey with information on time use. We had to be creative on that occasion in order to continue with that survey. During COVID and the pandemic, 3 publications were made in order to find out whether we were really being efficient in the collection of data so that it could be comparable with the previous ones. And we have a partial results that were submitted in September 2020. This was published in 21.
In April 2021, published in July, and May, August, and were published in November. And we followed all the collection of the data for the survey, and then we decide whether we continue with them or not. So to face that health conjuncture that we had by COVID-19, we invented the toolbox strategy that was designed for the homes that had several pieces of awareness of posters, guides, presentations, advertising, and television programs, etc. There we had to make an additional effort in order to satisfy the collection of that survey with the prior communication by the DANE operating staff, with the administrators of the different building areas in the places where we usually collect the data. We had biosafety implementations, safety for the persons who opened the door, knowing that we would have all the PPEs needed during the pandemic, And then we also did telephone surveys, thinking of the fear for contagion. But fortunately, we didn't have to do many telephone surveys. 93% of the households opened the doors to us, so we could collect the information presentially. So the modifications made to this last operation 2021 compared to the one 16-17 relating to the pandemic, apart from what I told you, we published partial results. While we were doing them, we were checking on what was going on. We added options to report the time dedicated to activities done virtually that were not contemplated before, and questions about the situation of the pandemic and their impact in the household, which has permitted making all the effects of the impact on time use of men and women visible. We put the framework with the National Census for Population and Housing, including a short module on decision making inside the home. So we kept the presential nature of the operation, as I said before, is not to change the form or affect the compatibility, and with some additional questions added, and the fact that everything was presential. The questions incorporated do not affect the indicators, but they expand the analytical power within the framework of the pandemic. We recalculated the expansion factors in the new census of population and housing, and thanks to that publication, it is possible to compare the results between the last two surveys. So if we view those changes or those results that we obtained based on these two national time use surveys, men, you see to the left, women to the right. The 16-17 is the darker bar, and the women appear in a purple color. There we have the participation in the activities of paid work to the left and unpaid to the right. As we have seen throughout the panel, we have that the participation of paid work is much higher in men than in women. And for the COVID years, that also remained. Not only it remained the same, but we have that the participation of women in unpaid work increased both for men and women during the pandemic, and it's still higher for women than for men. The daily average time for participants, according to gender, we have the time in paid work to the left, at the center unpaid, and at the end, the participants in personal activities. There we found that in the last space, which are the personal activities, for the survey 16-17 compared to 2021, it dropped both for men as well as for women. It passed from 17.5 hours in 2017 in men to 16.25 in 2021, and 15 to 16 in women. I'd like to highlight these results because it is showing us basically what's happening within the pandemic and the advantage of the surveys that was taken during the pandemic. Women have a significant increase in the time dedicated to an unpaid work. It was 53 minutes, while in men, it was not statistically significant, although the average went down. So this is the result that we have seen through the different countries who obtain information during the pandemic. It was something was also seen. In pandemic, women were far more affected than men in all sorts of time use management. There was an additional burden of unpaid work, much higher than men. The daily average time per participant in paid work in dark blue, and time in unpaid work is the lighter gray that you see there. There we have a difference between men and women. For 16-17, 1 hour and 57, and for 2020-2021, the difference rises more than 1 hour. It's 3 hours and 18 minutes. So during the pandemic, COVID increased the gap between men and women in the total burden of work, and the difference is basically an overburden of women in unpaid work during the pandemic. We see these results that show us that during the pandemic there was a much more generalized and prominent overburden for women in unpaid work than men. We have this question about the perception about the statement that women are better for household work than men according to gender. Very disagreeing to the left, then disagreeing is the next, and the other one is very much against is the larger grade, and they don't know is the dark or the black. So it's important to highlight that that gray bar, which is the broadest bar, which is very much in agreement that women are better than men, is greater than 50% both for men as well as for women, both in 2016 as well as 2020, 2021. It actually does grow a bit in 2021. And if we put together with a black bar, which is they don't know, it ends up being a very large percentage. So this also shows something about perceptions. No doubt this is a subjective measure, but it also shows us how difficult it is to have the social evolution and only expecting for there to be, if we only wait for social changes, it will take too long to generate the changes we expect in our society. Another question with the same style of perception, whether the head of household should be the man according to gender. Well, for women, we have these bars passed from 46.9, very much disagreeing, and in men it goes from 35.8 to 35. So we see in total agreement. For women, we have this change that passes from 7.14, and for men 31.1 to 36. So we see that there are these perceptions that show us that these social changes in an isolated way leave us facing a very hard work ahead. As to the statements related to gender roles, according to gender, these three questions about a mother who works outside her home is just as good as a mother who only works at home. They agree in the light blue and very much in agreement between men and women. It's almost 10 percentage points, where the men disagree most about these statements. If the main goal of a woman is to get married and have children, there we find that in agreement, or very much in agreement, we still have proportions that go beyond 30%. And if women have the same rights as men to go out and have fun, there we find a bit more parity. 78% of women do believe it and 79% of men believe it. So to end, I'd like to talk about some of the major challenges for the 2024-25 survey next year. We would like to expand the sample in order to cover all the national territory, the Amazon and the Orinoco. Even though there is low population density, it will be very important to have a differential focus to learn about rural work and ethnic communities that allow us to reach these communities and to be able to expand a form and cover the activities. Community care, strengthen the measure of unpaid work done out of the home, define community care, and the update of methodologies of indicators to measure the poverty of time, and evaluate the possible methodology updates according to recent discussions, and finally harness all that information. Once again, I believe it's very important to highlight that it connects with all the rest of the information produced by DANE. Let's remember that the work on the labor market, paid work does not exist without unpaid work. So it's important to incorporate in the economy of care. That will be very important. So for us, it's very important that this survey may always be connected to other surveys, such as that of the labor market or the vital statistics that during the pandemic showed us topics that were very dramatic in terms of the birth of or deliveries in young and adolescents, and that we cannot advance as a society if we really do not have parity, and that this will only be possible in as much as we conduct efforts that will allow us to have the results of these statistics all connected and in a perspective that is holistic and not only looking at the figures in isolation. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Piedad, for this overview and to give us these figures in terms of perceptions. They may be subjective, but they talk about cultural and economic changes in terms of the autonomy of women. I believe Juan Meir is already connected. Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you, but we cannot see you. So this is the esoteric moment of the meeting. Now we can hear you and see you. As I said, Juan works in the National Statistics Institute of Uruguay. We also have recent results. And so, Juan, you have your 9 minutes. Very well. I'd like to apologize on behalf of the director who could not come because of agenda conflicts. And sorry for not being able to participate earlier because of technical difficulties. And this is connected to the presentation of Women Uruguay.
In terms of the survey on time use, we have different surveys, but this is the first time that we have an independent sample, an independent study of this survey. Differences and innovations is what I would like to touch upon. The model on time use, 2007, we had this number of 4,100 households throughout the country with information about nearly 9,000 people, likewise in 2013 in the continuous household survey, more than 3,000 households and more than 7,000 people. But now, by using that independently, in 2021 in November, we faced many operational problems, and we have to continue in March and May 2022. I'll explain the problems, some of the problems that we still have. And we conducted a survey in nearly 3,000 households and more than 7,000 people, with additional modules that enabled us to obtain much more knowledge compared to previous versions. With regards to 2013 and 2021, 2022 survey and the 2013, first of all, the differences was in terms of the main person that answered the survey, but there is a proxy respondent that answers. But in the case he is present, each person can report on about themselves. If I am not mistaken, we have practically half of the 7,000 people, 3,400 people reported about themselves, how they use their time and during the different times of day. And that, in my view, is very adequate in terms of what is adequate for processing and analysis. In 2013, we had this subsample, and in 2021, we surveyed locations of more than 5,000 inhabitants. So for Uruguay, the idea would be to deal with this work that was centralized, a field work centralized by our statistical offices. And we worked with a market consultant that enabled us to, this was in 2021, 2022, they were able to find the enumerators, and they worked on this, coordinated by the statistical office. And this led to many important issues because the flow of enumerators was fairly big, the turnover, and that meant that we had to conduct several training sessions and to monitor this closely. And the statistical office, and that was responded to the long-winded process in this survey. And we used information to segment this per educational, socioeconomic, and activity condition. And now we want to apply a socioeconomic index, which is obtained by an economic study center in Uruguay. But that means that the socioeconomic level can be captured, but the modules not involving the classic modules of the NCH, the classical one, and it also requires a very specific training for the enumerator within. So what we do is to in INSC, we take educational levels, consumption levels, and so on, and questions that are much more user-friendly, so to speak, when it comes to household surveys. And this worked very as per expected, but we would have to adjust other points because this is one of the first experiences that we have had. New questions linked to stereotypes and gender mandates linked to unpaid work, the COVID module. And since this is an independent sample, we can ask all these questions in the questionnaire. And we added that to other modules that enable us to better focus on different issues, ages, and different types of knowledge. We did not consider the concept of dependent for people older than 65 years of age, and that was dismissed when we asked about people of 65 years of age or older. They are not necessarily dependent, and we have left that in terms of capacity. Now, how are these linked? Well, we want to show you some of the results in the age groups that we worked with in 2013 and also now, unlike 2007, well, from 0 to 3 years in terms of the care of children, from 4 to 5, and from 6 to 12. This enables a better registration of information. We can focus on that population, but also based on the public and private services, care services, for those different populations, be it early childhood or school-age children. And that enabled us, when we conducted this questionnaire, to think about the power that this has for the subsequent decision-making. And for the rest of the people that are involved in this time use survey. In terms of results, the processing of the information was conducted by a consulting EUT, and the presentation of results was conducted in 2023 and left the 2 QRs for the presentation on access to micro and metadata. The National Statistical Office in Uruguay provides metadata to the general public, and I believe that that is very adequate. We have certain databases that have to be requested for specifically, but they are absolutely open, and with a filling in a short form, that database is received. So that is my presentation in terms of what we have taken into consideration, and with the knowledge of the results is how the production of official statistics in a different part of production, the dissemination of that statistics. That is the only way in which we provide microdata for academic studies, public studies, or people that might be interested in this generally. Thank you very much. Thank you, Juan. Thank you, Juan. Thank you very much for your effort in terms of being able to deliver this presentation. We know that you weren't, you have been ill. We hope that you recover soon. Now, and in order to make better use of time, we'll move on to the second round. As I said at the beginning, our idea is to listen to presentations from Uruguay and from Argentina, as from the perspective of those that actually use these the surveys, but also in this case, and as mentioned by Juan right at the end, involving women's institutes in the case of Uruguay and the Ministry of Women in the case of Argentina, who are heavily involved in the technical part of the data collection. So as not to change in geographic terms, so we will offer the floor to Uruguay first. I don't know whether the presentation, Christian's presentation, was already uploaded, but if possible, it would be better to listen to Uruguay's presentation. And so we would continue with Natalia Reyes, who represents the National Institute of Women of Uruguay, and we would thus bring to an end this first session with Christian from Argentina. We began with Marco Lavagna from Argentina, and so our idea would be to close the session with Christian, also from Argentina. Thank you, Lucia. We thank the Gender Affairs Division of ECLAC and all the organizers. It's a great pleasure for us to be here. Oh, I can't see my presentation anymore. It doesn't matter. I'll introduce this just so that in conceptual terms and in terms of care, we form part as an invited participant in and Mujeres forms part of the National Women's Board, Care Board, with 10 other participants who have the right to speak but have no right voting rights. Now, that does not necessarily mean that there is no fluid exchange between the technical teams, no, the representatives of both teams, of the care team and of UN Women, but this is a preamble that establishes a context for the participation of women in this care system. As you well know, time use surveys are an important input, not only for the statistical system, but also in order to get to know gender gaps, the participation of men and women in paid and unpaid work, and it is also a very, very valuable input for the design of public policies, their implementation and review, not only care policies, but also labor-related policies and other types of policies. And the information that emerges on time use surveys certainly contribute to those efforts. Before, I would here like to very briefly touch upon certain indicators, because that is not the main focus of this presentation, and I believe that we are all already very full of very valuable information and data, but simply to provide context and to answer the questions that arise from Lucia's role as moderator, the differences that we will see now in terms of time use and paid and unpaid work in terms of men and women respond to different gender stereotypes anchored in a society that is patriarchal and that values the role of women in the private sphere, in the reproductive sphere, and that attaches a special value to the role of men in public issues, in decision making, and in economic affairs. And therefore, it's important to take this information into consideration when we establish a care system. Now, when we move on to indicators as such, as you can see in this first slide, if we review the distribution of the global load of work in Uruguay, we can find that, as occurred in 2013, half of the work of Uruguayans is devoted to paid work and the other half to unpaid work. Now, what does this imply? Well, that that other half, the unpaid task, is not accounted for in the national accounts systems in a formal manner. We always conduct exercises in order to account and value this unpaid work that represents half of our work. Now, if we look at the distribution of the low global work burden per gender, women work more than men. Curiously enough, this work is exactly the same as it was in 2013. We have reviewed this indicator, I promise you, to see whether this exact coincidence between 2013 and 2022 was not a human error, and it is certainly not a mistake. We have exactly the same figures that we had in 2013. Now, if we look at this in detail, I'm not going to dwell on that now in view of time, but men work 3 hours less than women in global terms, but women work 7 hours less than men when it comes to paid work. Obviously, that, of course, undermines several autonomies, economic autonomy, the capability to impact public life and political life in the exercise of citizenship, in the exercise of democracy, and so on. Now, this information is also very similar to 2013. If we focus on the percentage distribution of the total load of work, paid or unpaid per gender, we find that in the global work by women for 2022, 2/3 of that work is comprised of unpaid work, whilst a third is comprised of paid work. And if we look at the case of men, their global work load is inverted compared to women. 2/3 of the time are devoted to paid work and only 1/3 to unpaid work. And this is what we obtain as a result of a very clear and persistent uh, sexual division of labor. This table challenges us to think about two situations. What we find here are the hours and the rate of participation of hours devoted to care per age groups, as mentioned by Juan in his previous presentation. I would like to dwell on the care of children aged from 0 to 3, beyond the obvious interpretation in the sense that women devote more than twice as many hours to the care of boys and girls aged between 0 and 3. There are two challenges here, hidden challenges. The first one is, what do we understand by care? How can we contribute to this cultural change in terms of understanding what care is? If we think no child aged between 0 and 3, considering that they live in a two-parent household, no child receives weekly care that is less than 24 hours. So we have to work on the conception of care. We must analyze that definition and its implication, that on the one hand. And another challenge, and that is a message for this statistical community, that last year Anna Westmesser defined this as the community of the ring. I remember that expression. There is a challenge of having an instrument, at least in the instrument of the list of activities, to measure simultaneity. We would have to conduct other studies, more in-depth studies, and because this accounts for a weakness of the tool in terms of not being able to define on the one hand what care is, but nor are we able to adequately define that simultaneous nature of where we are doing household domestic work, but at the same time caring for children aged between 0 and 3 that require care 24 hours a day.
I'd like to invite you to continue to think about how we can measure this simultaneity, and unfortunately, we weren't able to be part of the CA's proposal to work on some of these aspects on time use, but it is an invitation that I would like to leave with you so that we can figure this out collectively. Lucia is looking at me because I did mention it in March, but I continue with the idea. I'd also like to share this time use survey with you. We have consultancy by UN Women, and Soledad Salvador was mainly responsible for this. She's an excellent professional and partner, and I'd like to invite you to reflect on unpaid work with respect to the Uruguayan GDP and other activities of formal market activities. If we were to offer value to unpaid work as a satellite account, it would contribute 23.8% to the GDP, vastly exceeding the rest of the activities that contribute to the GDP nowadays. Of this 23.8% contributed by the entire Uruguayan society, 80% of this is carried out by women, and we should reflect on this, on what was stated in the Buenos Aires commitment in terms of thinking of the multiplying effects of women in the care economy as a dynamizing sector for recovery, for inclusive and transformative recovery. Just to respond to Lucia's questions, what is the relevance of the availability of these informations? The difficulty of having a care economy without gender perspective to strengthen these bases, which are the tip of the iceberg. And I'm thinking about the more interesting aspects to continue to include gender perspective in the care system. I'm sorry, Marcos, I know that you had to endure this as well, but for the technical teams, it's important that there be legislation that obliges the states to offer statistical information periodically, so it's not only something that the administration volunteers. It must be, this information must be raised periodically, and we need to generate synergies based on the time use survey. The obvious answer would be to better understand work for the future, and there is the care system has over 20 studies carried out in terms of care. It is linked to the social welfare bank, social security bank, and this has also allowed us to use this information together with the Central Bank of Uruguay. It is an entity that is quite strict. It's not easy to access the institution, and we are working on a future manual of national accounts that will be published in 2025, so that this ceases to be a voluntary exercise and becomes part of a system of satellite accounts. What are the complementary sources that would allow us to improve this system? I believe Uruguay finds itself in a very adequate moment to take this census, which will be closed, I believe, Friday. We have the time use survey, which is excellent for statistical terms, and it is quite recent. So we have an excellent environment to bring this information to the table and to use it to better respond to the needs of people who need this care. Thank you. Thank you very much, Natalia, for your presentation. With this, we conclude the session, well, the presentation for Uruguay, and I'd like to leave you now with Cristian Silva from the Ministry of Women, Gender and Diversity from Argentina. And he will be talking about the care system in Argentina and public policies in Argentina. Thank you, Lucia. Can you please time me? Thank you, Lucia. Thank you, Ana, and everyone in the gender division here at ECLAC. In response to what you mentioned from the Ministry of Women, Gender and Diversity, we all know that at the core of gender inequality, there is care, and at the core of care is the use of time, the inequality in time use, and at the core of time use inequality, we have the unequal division or the division of the chores, the household chores. So this national policy for care aims to build evidence and use this evidence to transform this into or promote public policies that could attack these inequalities. I'd like to share two tools with you. With the support of ECLAC, in the year 2021, we built an indicator called care intensity. And this indicator has been taken as a base from Madrid, with the Madrid and then the Santiago scales. And in order to replicate them at a micro territorial level, because we do understand that inequalities in a territory are highly heterogeneous, and we wanted to take the time use module from 2013 that was just mentioned by Marco. We wanted to learn and estimate the care work in each household depending of the participants, the members of the household. And we started looking at that. And from there, we had one indicator for care intensity, and we thought of how to make this useful for international organizations, depending on the different administrative levels, the municipalities, regions in Argentina. And from this, we built, I didn't bring a presentation, I just brought a video that I'd like to share with you. So I started the other way around. This tool is the internal phase of the federal care map. So we wanted to share information on care intensity applied to the territory. So we're talking about 523 departments, 123 municipalities, and applying this at a micro-territorial level so that with the census, we've learned that it's 300 households in urban areas. And we also learned that those of us who work with disabled people, we learned what the intensity of the care was and how it's distributed throughout the country. So with the time use module and the census from 2013 and the current one, we were able to integrate information into the map that we built with ECLAC's assistance in order to determine how these households or the care needs of the households was related to the service available for the country. We were able to see the supply and demand for these services and how families were solving the needs for care in each territory and how to put it at the disposal of those who make decisions at a regional, provincial, and municipal level within Argentina. So here are a few facts to summarize the information we obtained. This is very unequal. Our country is very unequal. It is heterogeneous, and we can see that 3 out of every 10 households have a very high intensive care need. And this is very much related to the basic unsatisfied needs in Argentina. Those normally also have a need for care. And another thing that has to do, as I mentioned earlier, with mobility, almost 80% of the municipalities have issues. For example, in the northeast of the country, the long-term residence is 200 kilometers away from these cities, which means that carrying or transporting a senior citizen is no longer an option in these places or in these households. We also needed information so that decision making could be very complete information on the neighborhoods, on rural populations, disabled populations, indigenous peoples, and since we did it with our own resources here at the ministry, we have the possibility of adapting this to the needs of each municipality. If a municipality needs information on disabled people and needs to know where the services are found, then we can build a specific tool because we have the framework to do it for the needs of those municipalities. And that's what we're doing today. I believe my time is up. No. So this information, well, we're working with a new national time use survey, and when the data were published, it was like Christmas. We've been waiting for a long time for this information. We're hoping to update it with the new time use survey, and when the data are published, and then we can continue to integrate information and more infrastructure so that we can integrate it in the new tool. Another part of the nucleus of our care policies has to do with we're looking to include this. We're together with Lucia and Anna. We would like to include more to the care map, and this is the demo version. We have data that we're including on the workers, and the idea is for families to be able to include the proximity criterion, because those who work in different households spend most of their time of their day traveling from one home to the other. In some places, they have 1, 2, or 3 hours of travel per day, and that basically is in detriment of their time use. I don't know why it's not working. The idea is for families to find domestic workers and to register it into the system. And we're working with universities, with public organizations. And the idea is to break out of this paradigm that women, just for the fact of being a woman, can provide the care. The idea is for people to train in care and to put care workers at the disposal of families with the corresponding requirements so that they can work closer to their homes, to train and work closer to home and improve their quality of life. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Cristian.
Thank you, Christian. I'd like to close this session with comments referring to what Argentina is conducting, improving the maps and the new functionalities that bring in a challenge on information, coming to have a map, get to a map that will consolidate a map with sources from different places and with an organization that manages the data and bringing in the information coming from elsewhere to be derived into a ministry that will eventually use the information. I think it's very positive that this is also being used for other countries' processes. Argentina is also cooperating with the Colombian process in the care system of that country. We're coordinating with them, bringing in the experience from the women's ministry and the production of statistical data that is being set up into a map. And this is very crucial for the decisions that are being now made in Colombia together with the DANI. We do hope that in the next meeting we will have the Colombian map as well, with the information that is so useful for public policy. We are about 10 minutes late. I know that many of you require some dose of caffeine. I certainly do. And we also have to take a photograph of this event. So I suggest that we adjourn for a 10-minute coffee break. We can go up these stairs and there will be coffee, and at 11:40 we'll be back here for the photographs, official photographs of this meeting. Thank you. We now have a 10-minute coffee break.
Estimados, estimadas, antes del cóctel, del café, los invitamos a la escalinata a tomarnos la foto grupal, por favor. Muchas gracias.
Y ahí ya sabes.
Muy buenos días con todos y todas.
Good morning. We're back, and we will now have the second session. It's a pleasure to be here with you. This session is entitled current information needs in the context of building national care systems. Here we have a very clear goal, which is to create exchange, dialogue with countries that do have field systems or who plan to do so. We're talking about successful practices, existing challenges in design and collection, and we will also talk about the methodological changes in the time use surveys, and we'll have specific cases from different countries. We will also look at the methodological guide for the region that was published at the uh, SCA last year. This will also deal with the producers with a focus on gender, considering the needs of information in the regional context for shaping the care system. Welcome. We have, first of all, a round of status that will be brought by four national statistical systems from Chile, Mexico, Dominican Republic, and Grenada. We will then have two mechanisms for the advancement of women from Chile and Mexico. And then we'll have questions and answers. For the first round, that will take 40 minutes, we will have as speaker Agustin Arce, who is heading the National Statistical Institute from Chile. Then Mauricio Rodriguez from the NSA Mexico. Miosotis Rivas, director of NSO from Dominican Republic, and Rachel Jacob from the Central Statistical Office from Grenada. And each speaker has 9 minutes. I immediately give the floor to Agustin Arce, who will be answering questions on that topic. Agustin, I'd like to know what are the main methodological changes that are part of the 2023 survey that you're planning as compared to the previous ones? And what, in terms of care systems, what additional topics have been included in order to attend the requests for gender or advancement of women? And finally, during the process, what have you encountered? What has been done in terms of the guide for time use that was published at the last SCA? You have the floor, Agustin. Thank you. I thank you for the invitation as an NSA. I also would like to thank Ricardo Tuña, our director, who was unable to be here with us. Very well. My presentation has to do with the change in questionnaire. This is a new version, even though we don't have data to show. But the idea is to bring to you the changes that have to do with care systems in this new version. This is similar to the other INUT in terms of as goal obtaining information on how people use their time, especially devoted to unpaid or paid work and personal activities. And two additional items that are important have to do with information on well-being and life quality within household, or shall we say the perception. Now, this involves people 12 years or older. We did have a pilot test in March, by the way, where we had a sample that was tested with a paper or tablet questionnaires. And we did obtain good results with the mobile. So this was a survey offered on mobile phones, and we thought that was the easiest way to start. We do have a set of questions that brings in social demographic information. This is a direct questionnaire that is provided. And afterwards, we go into the thematic questionnaire. And there we interview each person in the household that is older than 12. For 14 days, then the surveyor does direct interview. This is data from the 2015 version and UT and UT 2015. This has to do with gender and life cycle. A man in lilac, green, women. And we see that there's a big difference for those who have children from infant up to 5 years of age. And that makes a big difference in the time that is daily devoted to the care in the household and the difference between men and women. This is reduced as children grow, but it doesn't disappear. And what's interesting as well to study here has to do with the households without children and older persons, where the care is on the shoulders of women. Women take care of their uh, husband or partner when they get older. It's interesting to notice. Now, there are changes in questionnaire. There are persons who are dependent, and the questionnaire aims at identifying the members of the household that are dependent or some kind of that have some kind of dependency. And here we have the Washington group listing, WG. We have been able to establish a difference between two concepts: the explicit difference between persons with disabilities and the persons who have functional dependency. The survey in the use of time naturally involves somebody who requires care, and that's a big difference to bear in mind.
Lo otro, bueno, también tenemos un...
We also have a question right now where boys and girls between ages 2 and 4 ask directly whether they have any disability diagnosed and why, because this listing is applied to children aged 5 and on. That's the way it's designed. So we have a proxy from the caretakers that indicate whether there is a disability. And with this, there's something that also I think it's interesting to consider as a challenge at a country level by the national system of care that's being established, but also maybe the region, which is the definition of what we understand by the main or secondary caretaker, or as a caretaker for someone who needs them. Something was also said in one of the presentations, because it's not that clear what we understand as that. The main caretaker for this survey, we consider the person who usually dedicates more time to care versus a main responsible person. That's the way we currently define it in the survey, the one that makes the decisions as to the care, particularly of minors in this case. So for this version of the survey, we show the difference between the caretaker and the responsible person, yet it's not always that clear. There are situations of persons who may define the caretaker of someone who dedicates more time, but also adopt decisions, or that one prevails over the other. So we made this distinction because we believe it's relevant to discuss it in a given moment, particularly in a survey that's geared to obtaining data about this. Then we have the module of help. This also refers to the second question presented here, a priori, which means with what the module the previous version had before. that captured the paid services and unpaid services, but we incorporated a new section which is access to caretaker services, which is for persons in situation of dependency and children from 0 to 4, if there is access or need for certain healthcare institutions before school, for example, or after school, or daycare centers, etc. So we centered ourselves on those two populations. I will go faster now because I have less time. We also have another change, which I believe is the most relevant in terms of care. The prior dealt with a household questionnaire, and this is the theme questionnaire, which is in the unpaid work. As to the first survey, 2015, this module had 5 sections that were divided by subpopulations of interest, requiring permanent care and different age brackets. In this sense, the problem that we found here is that I didn't say this, but we have a listing. We have a survey through lists. The same question is repeated of the same activity for all the subpopulations. Section 1, they ask about feeding persons who need permanent care. Then section 2, persons between 0 to 4, then 5 to 14, etc. So there is a repetition if the home has more than one of these subpopulation groups. This led to a very lengthy questionnaire. So in this version of the survey, we tested the pilot test we had with some changes that worked very well. And this comes from the work done in Colombia. So I'm grateful for that experience. In terms of capturing the number of lines associated to the family members for that activity. This allows us to ask only once, to then ask whether the activity was done, and we have the number of lines associated and which one was the member of the family that needed it, to then build the subpopulations that we need. So we see it is a significant change that will provide a tool, or rather more detailed data for subpopulations that were being left out. So in this case, we also incorporated, if you cannot differentiate and separate the persons that you care for, you can add something which is additional. And to end, I have only 2 slides. We have the module of subjective well-being. We are capturing here the perceptions of the caretaker through a list, a SARIP list of the burden of the caretaker, with questions. These are liquor scales. And section 4, amongst other of this module, they include the perception of those responsible for children and adolescents, to have an idea of what some colleagues here have already presented. Finally, just to comment on topics of simultaneous work. Here we incorporated in this module to capture activities that can be done simultaneously, which also comes from the experience of our colleagues from Colombia. In this case, we ask for certain specific activities that we know that in general, with analysis of the previous version, that can be done jointly with others. So we listed these in particular, and we tried to identify a following one that could be done in parallel. We believe this is relevant in terms of capture of exclusive dedication to certain activities and to the burden or the intensity of the use of time, particularly in women, because the pilot test we were able to see that, which is clear that women declare more simultaneous activities. And what are we going to do with this later? There are certain plans of analysis. We have to see that for the calculation of the total time of the day, we take into account one of the activities and why, and to what criteria. Another way would be to assign weights to the time earmarked to one or the other. So those are the analyses we want to make with the new version of the survey. We believe it's relevant, and to see how that could have an impact on the indicators of whether an additional calculation is done, separated to in the classical way without simultaneous activity. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Agustin. I think it's fundamental within this process to know that we not only can have these improvements or changes in the questionnaire, but in the way in which we collect the information and in conceptual approaches, and especially in the support we can make vis-a-vis the recommendations of other countries. That is all fundamental. Now we'd like to offer the floor to Mauricio Rodriguez, who will also answer the same questions about methodological changes during the processes that they've had in Mexico. They have tremendous experience, 3 surveys between 2009 and 2019, and they're also planning another one for 2024. Please help me with the presentation. Indeed, as was mentioned by Andrea, I will very quickly review the history of use of time surveys in Mexico. In 1996, we had that as a module in the household surveys, and since 2009 as an independent survey. Now, something that was already mentioned in my previous presentation is that in 2020, this survey was classified as information of national interest for Mexico. And that implies a whole series of processes and procedures in methodological terms that enables us to incorporate many of the guidelines that have been mentioned in the methodological guideline and monitor and follow up those commitments that Mexico has entered into. Specifically, it was mentioned that one of the first steps as a result of the category of this survey is to submit that to a public consultation. We conduct a first proposal from the Institute and we'll receive comments from the people that participated in that survey. In the case of ENUD, this was held within 26th of April and May of this year, and we are presently in the phase of analyzing the participation and contributions. This is the legal framework, the context in which we conducted that consultation. The idea is not only to understand the need for information that we have, but also to begin to realize new dynamics in the market and new requests that we receive on the part of some stakeholders or specialized users. And this is indeed where we are able to incorporate those elements from the methodological guide, as from the preparation, the documentation of the RUT questionnaire, the documents that are submitted to users for their analysis and for their comments and observations. We incorporate all these and incorporate their perspectives. So we need to have a minimum list of activities covered by RUT, and also about past activities, and to have certain questions that we try to standardize to the proposal included in the guide. And so we not only made to make that available to users, but also to hold meetings and promote this among those institutions, geographical and statistical institute in Mexico, academia, and so on, people that are aware and use this tool. After that, we analyze the contributions in order to determine their feasibility and the technical assessment of those contributions. We open up an internet site at the INEGI webpage. We promote this. We hold meetings with those people. We submit that to specialized committees and technical committees, and we promote this among institutions and strategic stakeholders to try to share what it is that we're trying to update or what our proposal is. This involved the participation of academia, of Colegio de Mexico, of CRIM from the National Autonomous University of Mexico, different entities such as Ministry of the Economy, Welfare, Women, all of them focused on their own sectorial interest. And of course, what we do is to conduct an assessment, a review of all these proposals. In summary, this involves 34 institutions. Many registries are via the web page. Many contributions are received in the shape of documents, official documents, and we also have new variables, new themes, new proposals to change the phrasing of some questions, for example, in order to improve the collection of some activities that perhaps we're underestimating. The most common proposal is to include new questions and all categories. Some were included beforehand, and we have ways of saying, well, this is not feasible because for this or that reason. We have to answer to the requests that we received, but we also have requests to relocate questions to include new issues. And we also received some comments and expressions of gratitude. We have to review all that and share all that. Now, focusing on the national care system, one of the issues that involves enormous participation in this household is the care of other members of households and also of other households, especially for dependent people, disabled persons, people with chronic diseases, regardless of age, and people that are dependent as a result of specific age groups. And they are the ones that we are carefully reviewing. Some examples is to separate care time in hospitals, not only in households. We need to modify language in order to prevent sexist or stereotyped language for some people, or stereotypes also to identify care personnel, not necessarily those can be that imply these people, and people with some types of for disabilities were asked for a breakdown frequency of care and other variables about carers and whether they go to specialized centers. Other activities, waiting time, transport time. So we're also reviewing that with the support of with as much support as possible and others that we receive. And also with regards to emotional care, we have received enormous requests in that sense, much more focused on mental health and the comprehensive welfare of the population. And also closely linked to this, we have also been asked about technologies for care, whether this implementation has been done in households in order to provide care, and also as a result of the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and the whole system of care. That is very relevant and that we are monitoring. What criteria is followed in order to analyze those contributions or to determine the feasibility of those contributions? Well, first of all, we need to identify that there is a clear need for information. There are often where many things are requested that are not associated to policies or to the measurement of well-being of the population, but or others that provide us to provide continuity to this over time. And I'll talk to you about what we're doing in that dimension, and also to identify the needs that we have for satellite accounts, to update those accounts, and also to have as an adequate justification for these methodologies in our institute, and so that they don't have a significant impact upon the costs of the program that we all know is a factor that we must always bear in mind whenever we update our instruments. What is it that we're doing? Well, we received the contributions and we have scheduled a statistical trial. We need to measure the impact that they have upon the answers and what we observe. In some cases, we hope to find statistically significant answers. In other cases, not so. And so we need to know what we're measuring. Our sample is 10,000 households, involving two different types of questionnaires, and enables us to conduct a statistical analysis and to be able to provide a numerical answer. This was feasible because of this reason and so on, in addition to all the other reasons that I mentioned beforehand. And we do that by using the framework that we have in INEGI for all our surveys. So how do we see the outlook? Well, once we obtain the results, we will begin the analysis with the results of this statistical trial between January and March 2024. We have to submit those results to the government board of the Institute to validate the changes. They may request that we should upkeep a theme that we had discarded, and once we have made that presentation, we update the questionnaire in order to go out into the field in October of next year to collect information of 2024. And that is my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mauricio. A very interesting detail and the institutionalized process that you are undertaking in Mexico. I believe that it is very relevant to identify that methodological updates are always live processes, and likewise the coordination mechanism between producers and users must be developed hand in hand. And we have also identified how you begin to generate new contributions within the framework of the national care system and the processes and criteria for exclusion or inclusion that you have undertaken. Thank you very much. Unlike the first presentations, we'll now deal with a new approach in the presentation. And for this purpose, I would like to offer the floor to Miosotis Rivas, who will talk to us about the process of interinstitutional articulation and the construction of a measurement of time use for the Dominican Republic within the framework of the care system. Which issues are you seeking to include within this process that you are planning at present? So you have 9 minutes, Miosotis. Thank you very much. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank the institutions that have organized this meeting, which is well structured and very interesting. So I know that there is a lot of underlying work, so thank you very much. First of all, I would like to say that in the Dominican Republic, we are working on satisfying the demand for information that the main planning instruments have at a national level, and thus our national development strategy, the Sustainable Development Goals, establish that main framework that the specificity points towards through our national pluriannual plan of the public sector 2021-2024, and in the specific case of the issues on time use in our national plan for equality and gender equality in its third version that is working around these issues related to care. And what is especially important is to know that all planning instruments respond to an issue of the paradigm of quality of life, what it is that our people need. And there's a whole series of public policies that at the level of central government and also at a decentralized level are being promoted and implemented. And we have evidence that in surveys such as time use, so that is very relevant to issues related to health policies, sports, citizens' security, equal opportunities, including the gender aspect, youth. These are all important aspects, and of course the whole issue of transport, which is an issue that we must deal with. And therefore what we want is not only for this to be viewed as an issue that contributes towards the right of women. It does indeed have an important approach in that sense, but also upholds several public policies within the framework of planning at a national level. And in the case of the pluriannual plan, there is an important aspect, which is a data management policy involving a whole series of prioritized aspects such as household surveys. And within that issue, well, or in terms of that, that is where we have included the issue of the time use survey that we have already begun to design. It's important to mention that within this process, we have tried to establish that starting point that can become a reference point for those planning instruments, estimating certain basic indicators to create awareness and to promote a change and different patterns in gender-wise, and to create awareness among men, women, and public officials in order to promote the estimation of satellite accounts of unpaid work. As from 2021, when we began a discussion with the Gender Affairs Division at ECLAC, we obtained a presentation of the things that, as national statistical officers, we should take into consideration when it came to performing that design. And I remember that on a slide about statistical production, we were told about we were mentioned. What was mentioned was the importance of institutional coordination, and that when it came to design, that we should take that issue into consideration, which meant listening to decision makers and the users of this survey. And with the support of the IDB this year, we are working with our dear McKenna, and that has meant that the design, and accompanied also by the Gender Affairs Division, the design of the questionnaire that has been conducted with awareness, but also conducting coordination with government institutions and with civil society, among which I can mention the Ministry of the Economy, Planning and Development, the Ministry of Women, the Central Bank of the Dominican Republic, because that this also involves an important issue when it comes to a pilot care system, which is one of the questions that you were asking, Andrea. That also implies strengthening very important issues promoted by this care program, where there are a whole series of institutions that form part of this. We also had the opportunity of involving the participation of institutions such as CIFAP, the Center of Investigation for Feminine Action, the Ministry of Youth, the UN system, the Friedrich Ebert foundation that has an important care program. And what we did with them was to analyze the importance and the benefit of measuring time use in the Dominican Republic and of sharing the indicators of interest that we were going to be obtaining.
And that the entire design phase has been based on Cautal. And we've adjusted the questionnaire and the survey to the Dominican Republic's context. We have received different recommendations from within the methodology area, and we've taken as a reference a time use survey, but also a module that will be an independent survey with specific questions. And similarly to what we've seen in other countries like Colombia, Bogota, for example, there was another effort made in the Dominican Republic with the Gender Affairs Division, made a series of very important recommendations that we've followed. Which are these topics? The survey will verse on work, education, more specifically, and in Chile, for example, Chile mentioned that there will be another module on disability, and that has given us a series of lessons learned in this process, transportation. But what's really important is we're going to have a key informant in a couple of years. We will be asking about persons 12 years and of age and older, and we will characterize this based on 3 blocks: the identification of each household, the characteristics of all the family members, and time use activities. It's important to mention that taking into account the product and care activities, we will be including the person that helps in the care of other members of the household, and we will be working on the expectation of the role of women within the household to see what this role should be. We also find a series of recommendations, methodological aspects, and there is a series of recommendations to evaluate the previous questionnaires, learn from experiences of other Latin American countries, and ask questions that will allow establishing the weight in terms of care. It's different to do this from 0 to 4 years, for example, and we can delve into this need for better training, which is a supplement and a very important part of the process. Thank you. Thank you, Nesotis. I believe it's been extremely important to hear what you just mentioned. The use of these tools within the CA and the use that can be given to them by the different countries is extremely interesting. And we thank the people that were part of the process that help the countries in this endeavor. It's also important to see how we're going to adjust these tools to our country's needs, how we make them part of our territories. And I would like to take a phrase with me, which is what our people need. We need to look at this cross-cutting nature of the survey that is taking place. So thank you very much, and we look forward to the results. To conclude this first round, I'd like to offer the floor to Rachel Jacob from Grenada, the Central Statistical Office. And Rachel, we would like to know what has this process been, interinstitutional process, and the building of the pilot for the measurements taken in your country? Perhaps you can mention who participated, what the topics were, and what are the next steps. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I was not able to have my presentation uploaded, but I hope that I can speak to you, read my presentation. I am indeed grateful, happy for the opportunity to be here today among such esteemed people to talk about the Grenada experience. So in the last quarter of 2020, that's the fourth quarter, Grenada, and also in the first quarter of 2021, Grenada piloted two modules of the survey of part-time use in the labor force survey. We also piloted it in our 2021 population and housing census. This was a collaborative response to the fact that having committed to the core set of NDG indicators, there was no Caribbean country that had an official system to collect data for this indicator. Yeah, the indicator 5.4.1, which looked at the proportion of time spent on unpaid domestic and care work by sex, by age, and by location. I must note that it was not just to fulfill the needs of the SDG, but also the UN Air Clerk had also required that such measurements be done in their 10th session. They did articulate that we should have information that would speak to time use, that would be able to help in implementing policies. So the purpose of us piloting was so that we could adapt a set of questions to put into our surveys, because as you know, Grenada, among other CARICOM countries, couldn't just embark on a full-fledged survey because of our size, the burden as it is to respondent. So we decided, and the cost also of surveys, the region had to implement something that we can get to the minimum set of data while using as little resources as possible. The recommendation that was that we have that they do that round in our 2020 population and housing census, but our then director decided that why not do it first in one of our labor force? If it's tested in the labor force, then it could inform the census, and that was a very good initiative because we did find that we found some issues that we could have addressed before going in full-fledged into the population and housing census. As I indicated, this was a collaborative effort. It was done between the CSO, Grenada, CARICOM, the UN, UN Women, and it was funded through the SDG funds. UN Women, in their quest to obtain data that would inform policies on gender equality, was anxious to lead this process. They started by hiring a consultant, an international expert, Miss Debbie Belinda. She's an expert on time use, and she developed a paper to guide the work. The paper producing SDG indicator 5.1, 5.4.1 is what guided the pilot for Grenada. A specially formulated regional expert group was also formulated at the CARICOM level. UN Women and other regional bodies. We had gender experts and regional academias, CSO offices, looked at the report that was generated, and after having studied it, they did recommend that questions, a core set of questions, could have been added in our upcoming population and housing census. Stats offices among the region were then encouraged, asked to pilot, and Grenada, like we said, would have also piloted in the labor force surveys. A consultant was hired in our case, Ms. Claudia Nicholson, and she spearheaded the activities under the pilot. We use a team of field staff that is available to the office to conduct the data collection on this project. They are well trained, and so they were able to effectively obtain the data. What was included? Okay, what was included? We included 3 stylized questions. A diary approach was not something we could do, but the instructions was that 3 stylized questions would be used. The first one, unpaid domestic work, and it asked yesterday, how much time did you spend doing unpaid work? Of course, unpaid work had to be explained so that persons would understand what it is they were doing. The next question looked at unpaid childcare. Again, we had examples of what should be included in unpaid childcare so that there was no missing data, no misinterpretations, and so. And the next topic looked at unpaid adult care. From the labor force survey, we thought it was necessary to include another question in the census because proxy respondent, we saw that it was underreported, not underreported, but in the sense that at all levels, proxy respondents, the data showed less time spent on work. So it was important for us to, in the census, have a question that looked at who was reporting. We had a question on who was reporting to make sure that we could have looked at whether the respondent, what the data would look like if it's the respondent or someone else on their behalf. At the end of the survey, the labor force pilot, the data quality checks indicated that the data was good. We could, and so we went ahead and put questions into the population and housing census. Our population and housing census faced some challenges in the field, and we only exited in April of this year. So the data is still being in the data processing time phase right now, but we await CARICOM. Once that is done, we would be able to look at the data and await CARICOM's recommendations. Thank you.
Muchísimas.
Thank you very much, Rachel, for sharing this initiative. I have 6 key points that I think are very important so that we may understand that there are specific situations and we at sub-regional levels may have to adopt measures. It's interesting that you said that a previous process to start with the pilot survey and then with that learning come into the census with adjustments on the go. And you talked about the proxy variable use, and this is an indicator that can identify things. It's very important that these initiatives not only answer to a single objective. In this case, you said that the idea was to identify data of SDG and that it would respond to that. I also like what you said. Even though there are challenges that you identified for the Caribbean, the costs and size, for example, how then a coordinated work in the creation of these minimum indicators and good practices was very useful. You also said that this is a work where it's not just ONE or MANSI, it's a coordinated work with the different agencies, UN, CARICOM, different kinds of funds. So this is a very important experience, and we will be on the watch out for what we can learn from other countries. Now, having said that, we come into the second part of this session. I thank the members of the panel who are here with us on this first part. The second round will bring in the participation of 2 other speakers. Lilian Miran, head of the Ministry of Women and Gender Equity from Chile, and Celie, who's the director of the National Institute for Women from Mexico. Amongst the comments, each, by the way, has 9 minutes. I would like to hear from your standpoint about the best practices in the coordination with the ONEs and what's happening with the national care system. And what in your country has really enabled comprehensive policies on care? Lilian, you are on. Thank you. It's been very interesting for me to hear the presentations. I bring greetings to all of you on behalf of Antonio Orellana, our director. It's very important to bring here and participate in this event. These surveys have been going on for about a decade, and we always learn. Some things that we hear about, we perhaps know of, but the progress made is extremely important, and it's an opportunity to learn and to share, to continue forward. This knowledge is extremely important for the implementation of public policy and to implement a care system throughout the region. We already heard a little about successful practices that have been developed with coordination between users and producers for care systems, and in the different stages. I'd like to talk, have in mind the strategy that was adopted by the Chilean system and gender equality. The subcommission of gender statistics was set up in order to respond to the commitments under Beijing and other international agreements that state the need to have statistical information as the groundwork for gender focused public policies. This subcommission is part of the National Statistical Commission. It holds the participation of public systems that have to do with gender. This is a permanent subcommission. The aim is to provide solid evidence for the correct formulation of gender equality public policies. It is coordinated by the National Statistical Office and Women's Ministry, as well as 14 other government agencies that bring in a series of indicators that are regularly updated. We believe that this subcommission is a very important instrument in order to measure, recognize, and create public policies for something that is invisible in our society, such as unpaid household work and care. I'm skipping some pages. Now, what data is important? What are the benchmarks? The national survey on time use has been extremely important to foster care policies. And the main source of information to measure unpaid and paid work as well, as Agustin well said, Lanut is already doing the survey. But before this, there was a series of collaborations. In May, we formed 10 technical tables. The first three of these were interministerial. We invited the Ministries of Economy, Labor, Social Development, and the Women's to participate in order to discuss the budget and to prepare what was going to happen during that year. The others had the participation of ILO, ECLAC, UN Women, and the Central Committee. On the first meeting, we talked about the questionnaire, and there was a suggestion that was made from each ministry. And I think that 138 comments were received as a result of the questionnaire and many, many proposals. So I can tell you that there was a very abundant participation. It's interesting to say that there are different topics that have been submitted from different agencies and institutions. The Ministry of Women talks about the incorporation of social security contributions. And the idea was to connect the care with the social security situation of people, especially women who are in the care activity. There are other changes that were proposed by the National Statistical Institute. One, for example, was to add INE's number. So this helps us to identify the persons involved as well as their individual characteristics. The changes then are also important. The inclusion of standards that include migration, education, gender, sexual orientation. This is a part now of the questionnaire. The inclusion of questions for the main caregiver. I have a couple of minutes to go. And here we have a difference. It's very important because I'd like to refer to the importance of all of these changes that were proposed for the national care system. Here in Chile, a presidential advisory committee was set up. It has a technical secretariat. It is made up by people from social development, the gender, women's ministry, and others. It's very important to have this kind of dialogue. How to get this survey and others to talk with the administrative records. This provides everything having to do with the supply and also the demand, referring to the care system. The colleague from Uruguay just talked about the importance not only of watching out for the caregiver, but also having a gender focus. We'd like to know the reality. What is the needs of the person that deserves and needs care? It's not just important to talk about the supply, but we must also look at the demand of the person who does have the right to be cared for. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much for your presentation. Lilian, what you said is extremely important. That is how to um, bring in all of these needs in the care system. And there are institutionalized processes that allow for it. I'm glad to hear that there's a lot of interest on the part of the users to be part and to contribute. There is also an internal work made, as was said by Mexico, how to identify what to include and what not to include. And in closing, Celia Aguilar will talk about these topics and the Mexican experience. You have the floor, Celia. Thank you. I greet you all. It's a pleasure to be here in talking about the surveys, and I'm probably one of the oldest around. What I'd like to bring to the table has to do with the process. It's not just experiences or elements that enables. In truth, the National Survey on Time Use was born at the fourth Beijing meeting. There, we saw the H3 goal that involves 3 pages on the duties of the states in pursuing a very important goal, which is the equality between men and women. It's not something that came out of the blue. Time use is a concept, but during those days it was kind of awkward and not usual, not common. And what's happening with that? The idea was to put women at the center. One of the greatest inequalities naturally was that financial one. Now, with a time use survey that we started during those meetings, in the international meeting that was held 24 years ago. And the survey started in 2002, worrying about what to go into unpaid work and women's activities in the household. The time use surveys came as instruments, as technical, conceptual instruments that would help us to measure all of that. But even though, with all of the attempts, this is not complete yet. There are many challenges involved. How, for example, to measure informal labor? There are things that are still not fully measured. But this is an instrument. It's not that we're inventing the instrument in itself. Now, what do I rescue from the Mexican experience? It started as an objective. And those who were there in these meetings started paying attention. The surveys on time use were important because INEGI participated since Beijing. But during those days, data was going on for 15 years on that matter. So it wasn't the first step. But during those days, the feminist movements and the academia, the female economists and female researchers, and the School of Physicians in UNAM made tremendous contributions, and they still contribute.
And the same institutions contribute to the methodological and theoretical aspects. So this became a dynamic that was very interesting, which has been very rich and productive. But it has not been free of problems and limitations and who has this or who has that. In a complex country with 32 federal autonomous entities, with each with their own constitutions and each their own law, precisely this diversity, apart from being a diversity of indigenous peoples, of ethnic communities, etc., a broad diversity has generated a full demand of advances. But I believe that one of the most interesting, valuable points of this development was that from the very start, this became a regional attempt. And that's the wealth, the true wealth, not only of academia, of the feminist organizations which contributed the drive for the initiative to look at things, to look at the world in a different way. I don't see statistics only. I'm looking for a change that's related to persons. When statistics, check them all. No one has the persons at the center. No one. The security is the crimes, it's murders, the economic ones, it's production, productive units, but it's not centered on persons. An innovation in this sense of the instrument, it's an instrument that puts the persons at the center. That's why it is so complex, and that's why we just go around and around. But we are inventing the way to look at people within their diversity, their intersectional nature, and it becomes rich and interesting. And the regional effort, for example, right now in Mexico, we are mapping care inspired on the map from Argentina. They have the inspiration and the experience, but we picked it up. And this wealth is what I believe that is making the time use surveys a paradigm, because it is the paradigm that we need to change to look at the economic aspects from a different perspective, to tell the economy, you got it wrong. You only counted half of the points. You did not count on something that does exist, because care is valuable, because we saw it in the pandemic. without care, life for the planet would be over. I believe it's very important. Not only this collaboration and this institutional and collaborative nature, but we have heard here from institutions, but persons are also involved in many different ways. In Mexico, we have networks of women for care, and I know that this exists elsewhere, networks of academia, of care for the youth, etc., and a national network of care where we have not just the feminist groups of women, but institutions such as Oxfam or other agencies who are very concerned and highly propositive. To close, it's very important that this association of the mechanisms of women and the statistics office needs to be enriched with these conceptual discussions and particularly of the real objectives that we have. The countries are along the same path, only we fraction it. What did you add to care? It was pointless to have a time use survey if we wouldn't land in care. The challenge is how a public policy becomes as humane as we want. That's the challenge. I have to say that for Mexico, it is an honor and a cause of pride to have this long-standing experience, but also we need to thank that if it wasn't for the effect of the region, this would not be as rich and enriching, and that generosity that you said about Mexico, this has been the same generosity seen in each one of the countries. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much, Celia, and thank you for stressing all the regional efforts and works that are done. I believe that this joint work and this contribution amongst the different countries and organizations are the type of result that we expect from this space. As you said, we've been gathering since 2002 talking about that, and we will continue to do it because we still have challenges to face. But the important thing is that as a region, we are moving forward. We have a few minutes. I would like to know if whether one or two persons could have some final comment or specific question. We have 8 minutes before we go to lunch. The microphone is open. So if anyone would like to say a few words, we still have time. Norma. Thank you, Andrea. I have questions for Chile. May I? I would like to know how many field tests have you done? How have they worked? With these new variables, for example, a time use survey to ask for gender orientation, identity, what actions are there? Something that they have observed of the new things you included in your instrument.
Sí, claro, ningún problema. Bueno, nosotros tuvimos una prueba piloto como...
We had a pilot test, as I commented, during March to May this year, applied to 1,440 households, where we obtained responses of 900 of them in 3 regions of the country. The main objective was comparison amongst the groups between tablet and paper, basically, because in both formats we are asking the same questions. So, as regards gender and sexual orientation, gender, we're asking the ideal respondent in the socio-demographic questionnaire that responded for the rest of the members, different from sexual orientation that we're putting it to the direct respondents in the time use questionnaire at the end of the questionnaire. It just at the end because first we didn't know the reaction that people could have, so we didn't want to affect the response to the questionnaire. In general, we had no problems in the application of that question. It was presented to persons aged 15 and older in the time use questionnaire. There was fear about the reactions of the minors, reactions from the children themselves or the parents, but the surveyors said that they didn't have problems with that question. The problems really were seen in the older persons in terms of understanding why they're asking me again if they asked me before, or what's the meaning of these categories, apart from other comments that are not worth mentioning that we all know can exist. So that implied a better preparation for the surveyors so that they could better explain the concepts and the categories and the differences. So in general, there was no rejection, but we wanted them to say whether they did understand what we were asking. So the challenge is to explain things well. Thank you, Agustin. Ana Westmes, you have the floor. I have a question for Mexico, for Mauricio. I liked these memories of Celia of Beijing, and one of the things we spoke of in Aguascalientes is how we work for the next conference on women to tell the story that in fact started in Mar del Plata. It was at the regional conference where we started talking about starting to measure time and the economic value of unpaid work. So my question is for Mauricio on this idea that it's 3 surveys and you're going towards the 4th one and with a query. And congratulations to have a mandatory survey within the cycle of statistics that will give it greater importance. But how will this survey dialogue with other surveys? I understand that there is a large concern to highlight the issue of independence, to separate better care from domestic household work, and the measurement of disability, what needs support, what does not need support. So this survey that you made now that is going to go into the battery of statistics with the census, etc., how will you go with that? Just as we spoke in Aguascalientes of what to measure care, and how to make the time use surveys more operational. Yes, actually, one of the objectives of the consultation to the questionnaires had to do how to standardize the variables and the questions and how to make them compatible with other instruments you have, like population census, surveys of income, to use information from different sources and not to see this survey as the time use survey, but rather to link it with other surveys. And clearly there is a process that needs to be followed with greater detail. But this has been very helpful to identify the areas of opportunity for care, as you said. And I will give a commercial. On October 3, we'll present the results of the National Survey of Care Systems in Mexico, and which will allow us to have an overview of who cares or who needs care and who's providing that care. So there's an internet webpage of INEGICA. You can follow it. But actually, why was I saying this of linking the surveys? Because we have many variables that we repeat in several surveys. And from the standpoint of statistics, is can I have those variables and can I make my analysis in this? survey, yes, but it's taking space from other variables. So we have to find a way to develop methodologies to have a horizontal evaluation of this rationale and even reach municipal level. And it was included in intercensal survey, which was not typical in Mexico with a giant sample. And we have this idea that people, that the users may see the usefulness of the statistics of the survey, not as data, but as information helpful for decision making and for understanding how that person is related to other persons around him or her. So it's a major effort of linking all our sources of information. The Institute is doing a large work of standardization of the information. It's something that the German Institute wants to provide information to the people who need it. Sometimes they don't even know they need it, but once they see it, they can adopt it and use it. Thank you so much. I'd like to sincerely thank each one of the panel members and commentators and to every person who has participated in this space for having such a rich discussion with all its perspectives. It's been an honor to count with your contribution, with your experiences to better understand what are the needs of information today in a context of the formation of the national system of care in the region. I'm certain that we may all take all this food for thought. And so we will conclude the session. I hope you find it fruitful. And thank you for being so aware of time constraints, which has allowed us to have a good space for discussion. Have an excellent day. Enjoy your lunch. You can go to the cafeteria at ECLAC. We will meet again at 2:30 to continue. And for those of you who are staying for the Statistics Conference of the Americas, you can get your credentials anytime today. Thank you.
Un anuncio adicional, quienes todavía no tengan sus guías de uso del tiempo y sus documentos de romper el silencio estadístico, afuera tenemos una mesita con publicaciones también.
question is, are there institutional conditions in order to consolidate and publish the satellite account for unpaid work in households? No, it looks like I've already made a mistake.
Ok. ¿Y las preguntas están? Aquí son las mismas. Ok. Entonces, perdón.
No, I apologize, Giselle. This question is not for you, but for Freddy Araya Arroyo. We congratulate Costa Rica because they have a satellite account for unpaid domestic work produced by the Central Bank of Costa Rica. And within this context, we would like to ask what participation INEC had in the creation of this account. How did the interinstitutional link work with the central bank in order to produce this account, and what was the methodology used in order to evaluate unpaid work? Those are our questions. Well, good afternoon. I know that it's a tiring time of day, but we'll try to be very concise. Indeed, I will be talking a little bit about some background information regarding the design of this instrument and then the methodology used by the Central Bank of Costa Rica in order to estimate the satellite account for domestic unpaid work and some of the main results of this account and the potential and challenges that the country has in order to estimate that satellite account for unpaid domestic work. Perhaps as background, and this was mentioned this morning, the country has a law to account for unpaid domestic work, for the valuation of unpaid domestic work, Law 9325, that was passed in 2015, and Article 5 establishes that INEC must establish the mechanisms and conduct all the means necessary to plan, design, apply, and update a use of time survey, which is a fundamental instrument in order to obtain information required to produce the satellite account. And the central bank will estimate this account with the information provided by INEC. And so it provides us with this mandate and establishes who is responsible for doing this task. In 2017, ENUT produced its first survey, and in 2022, as I said a while ago, we conducted the second survey, and we disseminated information in June of this year. This survey has already been established in the pluriannual statistical production plan for INEC, and we want to be able to provide the information obtained from the survey so that we can estimate the satellite account. In 2018, the Central Bank of Costa Rica disseminated the first satellite account for unpaid domestic work, considering the data obtained from ENUT 2017. With regards to the design, I would like to divide both responsibilities in these questions that Celia asked just now. What was the responsibility of INEC? In legal terms, we have to design the survey, and that is when we began to conduct work together with the central bank and as the main user of the information that was going to be obtained, and also in bringing together the efforts that the country had undertaken in order to launch this first survey. In 2010, we held a survey that was headed by the National University and INAM, with the participation of INEC also, where we created the first conceptual basis in order to establish a survey that in 2017, together with those institutions, we signed a cooperation agreement, and thus we launched this survey. I would also like to mention that the questionnaire, which is the main instrument, was produced jointly with these two institutions that were already working at length with this survey in the metropolitan area of Costa Rica. And we established a mechanism in order to conduct and collect the information. We held meetings with the officials responsible for national accounts. We reviewed this list of activities so that it could be detailed and trying to devote time to each activity. And as mentioned in other fora, one of the main limitations in terms of the use of time is not to account time twice, but just to devote this to the exclusive activity, so that the account in the satellite account is a success and doesn't account twice for that effort. In 2022, INEC conducted the second survey. And what is important to mention is that during the second survey, as mentioned by our colleagues from the previous session, we conducted a consultation process primarily aimed at users and institutions, among them the central bank, as a technical entity, and we analyzed some improvements that were required by the account and small adjustments in that sense. So our responsibility, based on what is established by law, is to have an updated survey, and we have met with the central bank for this purpose, so that this instrument actually meets those objectives. It's important to mention that for this to happen and for this to be produced adequately, because as Celia mentioned before, she moved on to the economic part, and to provide this data so that it can focus on people, we need to mainstream the gender perspective in all production processes, and that is something extremely important that we did during the first survey, where indeed we created awareness among people in terms of the gender perspective, so that they don't have biased information on the part of the enumerators and the respondents. We cannot lose sight of that very important focus, and this is applicable as from the very beginning of the survey and until we disseminate the information and we have minimum data segregated per gender. For the effect of the satellite account, it's very important to have information about the use of time detailed at the level of task, because it enables a correspondence between these activities as defined by the Costa Rican Central Bank in order to establish the satellite account, and that is what we tried to do in 2022.
La metodología, pues me voy a referir principalmente.
I'll refer to the methodology used by the central bank. I would like to thank our colleagues from the central bank, because with them we have always been very worked closely, headed by Jacqueline Zamora of the central bank, and the objective of this account is to quantify that economic value of unpaid domestic work in accordance with the national system of accounts, enabling us to adequately establish the contribution of households to the national economy. It also enables us to supplement the measurements of the central bank in terms of the national accounts without including these results derived from the estimation of the GDP. So these are satellite accounts, and they also provide a comprehensive view of activities undertaken by households, and enables us to build new indicators that enable us to better design social policies in our country and economic policies in our country, which is the final end of all these statistics. The central bank established during this first estimation of the account, adhered to the guideline on valuation of unpaid domestic work of the United Nations. So what is always important here is to choose the salary with which we will value these activities. So what was not included were all those activities that are free time activities that cannot be, and we only considered people aged 15 and older. We also conducted estimates for the three methods that are recommended in the method of equivalent function, the generalist method, and the hybrid method, remembering that the latter considers an average hourly payment of an occupation that is specialized on activities normally not undertaken by domestic unpaid work, and for the rest of the activities we used domestic work salaries. The central bank has selected this last method because it's a balanced and realistic method using market prices, and that could have that counterpart in terms of how those activities could be contracted in the private labor market. The main results, the results of this account is that the economic value of domestic unpaid work for 2017 is estimated in 5.9 billion in gross terms, which is equivalent to 25.3% of the GDP. Now, out of this 25.3, 7.3 is contributed by women with 18% with 5.9 billion, and men with 7.3%. And now, in terms of activities, and in order of importance, the value of domestic unpaid work was distributed in the following manner: 30.5 in the preparation of food, 23.2% in terms of the cleanliness and maintenance of goods, 18.6% for care and education of children, 8.4% for cleaning of clothes, 7.7% for purchases and household activities, and 5% for community services and other households. In order to care for non-dependent people, that is 2.9%, for the organization of domestic tasks, 2.8%, and for the care of dependent people, 0.9%. With regards to the potentials, we need to highlight what we have reviewed this morning. Having a satellite account designed by the technical entity in charge of estimating national accounts is a tool that contributes to bringing to the fore the gender gaps and to quantify the contribution of domestic work to the GDP. The law establishes obligations for both institutions. These tools, the survey and the account, facilitate the formulation, monitoring, and evaluation of public policies and private actions that promote social co-responsibility in terms of unpaid domestic work. And its main challenges, well, indeed, to establish methodologies that are objective and technically sustainable for the salaries. The collection instruments must be designed envisaging those exclusive activities, as mentioned beforehand, to establish procedures during the data collection in order to monitor and control the capture of simultaneous times, as is the case of passive care that we have mentioned. And indeed, using tablets as technology guarantees these quality measures, and to guarantee standardized and methodologies in the region that enable us to compare between countries. I believe that that would be an important challenge, and what we must encourage is that satellite accounts be estimated by the technical entities in charge of estimating national accounts. Thank you. Thank you. It is very interesting to see how you begin with an established regulation. In other words, you have a kind of protection there in terms of who does what and how that is done. And I imagine that during that process, there was a good debate and discussion around certain issues. You also operated in a similar manner to national accounts. So that is very interesting. And you also have an age a period of older than 15. So it's very interesting, but it's interesting also to see that the regulatory framework is important, and that it enables to do away with several misunderstandings and aspects that could be conflictive. It's useful to have that framework, and it's useful to be very clear on what each institution has to do. And I believe that the challenge is to find how to do what each institution has to do and to articulate that, to bring that together. Now, as a second presenter, we have Rosa Maria Licea from the National Institute of Statistics and Geography of Mexico, and we want to ask her a different question. In 2022, the National Use of Time Survey was established, and it was established as of national interest, and it is applied every 5 years. In addition, at a yearly level, the results of the valuation of unpaid domestic work is presented, and also in terms of federal entities. And we would like to ask Mexico, how do you value total unpaid domestic work, both domestic work and care work? How do you integrate both types of work? What challenges did you face in terms of the availability of information in order to calculate per federative entity? And just making reference to the different territories, because one of the challenges for us is to reach the lowest administrative level. Good afternoon, everyone. Let's have a look at the presentation to see if we can answer the questions. We'll divide the presentation up into potentials and the challenges that we have found in Mexico in order to continue with this account with an annual discussion. Within the potential that we view, since we already have several surveys on the use of time, as mentioned by my colleagues beforehand, one of the potentials is to provide information about the economic value every year. And how have we achieved that? Well, we have a time series. We have conducted 4 surveys, 2009, 2014, and the most recent one, which is in 2019. That involved microdata work in order to bring together some questions in each module, because obviously not all surveys are the same, but we worked in order to align certain activities with the following data collection. And there is a distribution process also, because the first questions in 2002 or 2009 are rather closed questions or include more activities, but with the support of 2009 and 2014, we were able to make a distribution, and thus we deem that this time series is comparable over time. Our main source of information is the National Time Use Survey, and in order to complete those years where we did not conduct the survey, we use the module that is obtained in the employment surveys every quarter. That is conducted every quarter, every year, and it has 10 questions about the use of time, which provide us with important information in terms of the behavior of activities year after year. And we're able to see in this series, because we have information since 2003, that during the pandemic in 2020, this economic value increased. So how were we able to see this impact, this growth of several points, from 21.7% in 2018 to 25.9% in 2019? That burden was viewed in 2020, and this module on time use in the National Employment Survey enables us to determine that there are indeed activities that increase significantly, such as care at home for children, or cleaning and the preparation of food. But it also enabled us to see how other activities were left aside. For example, the transport of children to schools or to some recreational centers. In fact, even transport to health centers, because they were all devoted to tackling the pandemic. And then therefore, that module which was present in employment surveys, is a very important source for Mexico that enables us to enrich this account year after year, and that is how we're able to maintain it until a new RUT comes up, and we are able to adjust all the hours to this hard data that we hope will be obtained in 2024. Now, what do we expect? Well, what have we bet on in Mexico? Well, on providing this information to the population, primarily to women's institutes that seek out this information, so that they can have this information on a yearly basis to determine whether there is an unexpected evolution, or what policies can be promoted, and so on. And so we will continue along these lines in order to provide this information on a yearly basis. A further potential that we consider for the National Time Use Survey is to be able to value data and to make it and to bring it closer to the population. The first piece of data that we saw was the macroeconomic data, and we can compare that with the GDP, and we find that it is beyond any other economic activity in any country, I believe. In the case of Mexico, our main economic activity is industry, with the recent change in the base year, the industrial part, which represents 20%. And what we saw in the previous slide is that unpaid work in 2021 is 21.7%, where this is conducted primarily by women with 18% compared to our national GDP and 6.7% for men vis-a-vis the national GDP. The per capita data is, the idea is to provide that to our population and represents the value of unpaid work that each person, be it a man or a woman, performs in his or her own household. In this case, we can say that on average, women contribute to their households with 71,986 pesos per year and men with 29,129 pesos per year.
So we can have en el caso y no los permite sections. We can have 9 sections, the population, and we value those sections, and we would like to present the marital situation. Women tend to contribute more to the household, and in this case, we have women reporting as married or joined, and they contribute more funds to the household. Some other data that we'd like to present with that priority that is given to care, mostly health. And it affects some persons, for example, persons who have some sort of mental or physical disability, or chronic patients, or others that have temporary illnesses. These are different segments that we can include. Another thing we can use in terms of available information is this new piece of data that gives us information per capita by federative entity. This is 2021. And we've been collecting this wealth of information since 2019. And the satellite tries to offer a representative value to each state. This is for paid work. And here we have the per capita weekly. And here we see per hour. And this includes the costs. This is one of the challenges. All we can have here is an average cost per region, not per state, or by federative entity. And we've done it by region. We see that some of the regions are very different. The southernmost area of Mexico has the lowest cost with respect to these hours. The gross economic value and also the GDP is also different. This economic value will depend greatly by what, in terms of what is being compared. This is the federative entity, and they contribute differently to our GDP. So here we have the different segments, national level, regional level, and some supplementary measurements that we've carried out, that we obtained with the time use survey, is that some unpaid work values the hours. It depends on self-production of goods for consumption. For example, taking care of cattle or the crops. And we also make use of children, unpaid work hours of children from 5 to 11 years of age. And we added it up. It's 1.7% that we are calculating in terms of consumption goods, and 0.4% is unpaid work of minors between 5 to 11 years of age. In Mexico, households represent 26.8% of the national GDP. That is the unpaid work for them to have certain well-being. We've also designed a simulator so that this information can reach the population. It is a simulator of unpaid work that allows Mexican women and men, allows them to introduce their information into the simulator, and it gives them the economic value that their work represents, the work that they carry out in benefit of the household. And it basically gives them the number of hours dedicated to those activities a day, the weekly hours, and the actual economic value of that work. Some challenges that we're seeing in Mexico's case. One is to include the new guidelines from the National Account System for 2025, and one of these is the exclusion of voluntary work. And this is the case in many countries in Latin America. Voluntary work was included in our accounts. The proposal is to, as of 2025, to not measure voluntary work, formal and informal. Although it's not going to represent much of the GDP, we are looking at how to we would like to value would like to do evaluation of this information. And of course, we need to reduce the population here. Another challenge is achieving a cost of remunerations and not a net cost, which is what we normally use. We normally have a valuation that comes from these surveys. Why are we looking for remuneration to include it as decent work and to include it in the cost? Well, until now, our surveys have not reflected this costing. Another challenge that we find in Mexico is being able to have this summary. We have unpaid work, and we would like to include all this into a domestic production account. And that would require a lot more information, and we don't have, for example, the taxes of domestic production, nor do we have the factors for capital consumption used in domestic production. So we may need to extract this from other sources. And another of the challenges is the passive info. Although in Mexico it is very well separated in accounting, we need to see how we're going to include this and offer a value to these liabilities and or passive care. And otherwise we'd have to build into a table that wouldn't affect the indicators much. That's all for us. Thank you. Thank you, Rosa Maria. We find it interesting to see how the different surveys converse and how they rely on statistical products to feed them in order to obtain the results. Another thing that is very interesting is that all these initiatives, all the processes that have been mentioned earlier and in all your presentations, is that in Mexico, for example, there's an advantage, and that is the Declaration of National Interest Information, which is part of the National Statistics and Geography System, which oversees all this information. So integrating this into national statistics is part of the dialogue with all these measures and other measures that could feed this into this objective. Also, once we know what we need the information for, then we can add other elements. I'd like to welcome Piedad Urdinola. She is the director of the Administrative Department, National Department of Statistics in Colombia. So I'd like to congratulate the DANE because they are already working on these satellite accounts. This survey is applied every 4 years. So the question would be, have you thought in the near future to make changes, yearly changes in the measurement of time use, and what challenges do you find in this task? Also, how did you do this valuation and how did you integrate it? Well, it wouldn't really be possible for us because it's 12 continuous months. We wish to include what happens in every single week of the year. It's not the same to measure time use with vacations or at the end of the year or while people are working. So the design of the survey in Colombia requires that it include all 52 weeks of the year and that it be permanent and ongoing. So we do it 3 times a year. I would like to have my presentation uploaded. Thank you. So, as Celia mentioned, we have Law 1413 from 2010, and it has been in force for 13 years now. That is very important, and it allows us to have the production, sufficient production of information, especially including the economy into the national account system in Colombia, because it allows us to have the methodologies, to generate the methodologies, and to reach the satellite account that we have today on unpaid domestic work in Colombia. So we've collected this information. We carry out the survey every 3 years, and as Rosa Maria mentioned, there are some inter-survey estimates that are made, for example, for the Mexican case, and it doesn't vary very much. But even if we didn't have the methodology we have, we could have a yearly survey, but perhaps it wouldn't really contribute that much information. It's important to have all these inter-survey consultations. They give us similar results and we make less of an effort, and it is equally productive. When we take a look at how we've collected information for these satellite accounts, we see that we require intersectorial commission, including all of these institutions. So there's the ministries of health, work, education, among others, national planning, and the central bank in Colombia. But for this year, we also have a very good news because we've included the Ministry of Equality and Equity, as well as all the entities that are on the right, to make it a truly comprehensive account with intersectorial work from many directions. It is not just basic care, but is also linked to many other areas that are extremely important, such as sports and culture, which may be linked to this community. That is why we have this intersectorial commission that works closely with DANE, supporting our technical work in generating official statistics. This is the satellite account of the healthcare economy. Let's take a look at how we're producing it. This year, I mentioned that these surveys that are household surveys have and need to include information from all the other accounts, the economic account, for example, and to give it an economic value allows expanding the information, weighing how much each sector participates with, insofar as for everyone, it's important to understand this in monetary terms. So, as of this national economy system, we've done an economic valuation of all this unpaid work, and we've calculated its value for each functionality. So, what are these functionalities? Food supply, clothing, maintaining clothing, maintaining the home clean, purchasing products and food for the household, taking care and supporting people, and volunteer work. So basically, the results show us an economic valuation and indicators of this context with a matrix that includes all this unpaid work information. So to understand quickly, this law 1413 from 2010, that is what takes us to generate policies, thinking how to do it with the decree 2940 and then intersectoral commission to continue with this unpaid work analysis.
We already in 2002, 2003 have the first part of it. The indicators will be over 2015. We have the labor matrix by 2017. And at 2018, we started with a faster pace of the cycle. And by 2018, the process was concluded. 22, publishing the results. So the cycles have been completed with information for every 3 years. Now, in this valuation, we got a NUD, the last one from 21, with expansion factors from 2018, and each year corresponds to the last two census in the country. This is also fed with the 2021 information. It changed and it follows the ILO 2021 guidelines. And that in turn feeds this new way of creating the account. And then expansion factors, the methodology for replacement cost, we see the hours devoted to unpaid work with an average value, and then we finally figure out the economic value. This is done through gender, because there's a difference between both functionality, context indicators, geographic dominion, because they vary from area to area. By region, because the same goes there. Type of household, family cycle, age, educational level, and socioeconomic stratification. In this methodology, and we're finally doing the methodology on input. This follows UNLCE 2017. We are based on input. This has to do with a compensation for labor input per time valued units. And here we have the valuation for national accounts. This DANE input method is a setup of the account for the production and creation of income. And here we have economic value, we have fixed capital consumption, taxes, subventions, and finally intermediate consumption. And there we have the production of the national account system. Here we have the expanded work matrix with TDCNR. Here we consider the work that was conducted with production national accounts and household unpaid work that is done within the households. The main sources are Stanut and JH, and that is how we finalize the national accounts system. I'd also like to let you know that we are looking for other ways for measuring. Right now, implementing national accounts for time transfer that are also done as of STENUD and the national account system. This is another valuation of time in time and money in order to have these results and the profiles per gender. And this translates this information. And that would be it. Thank you. Thank you. It's very interesting to see that many sectors participate in the process. Not just INEC and the bank. The truth is that many state agencies participate, so that is a very rich process. And with a new goal for the period. Thank you. And finally, we give the floor to Giselle Pavlovsky from the PEC Argentina. Argentina has economic value estimations, but not with an official account. They have a pilot project for that account. The construction of satellite accounts have two challenges, institutional and methodological. Here, the central banks have participated in different ways, as we have heard. The question is, are there institutional conditions for the consolidation and publication of satellite accounts on unpaid work at households? And what was the methodology for the evaluation of unpaid work? How, as it was done in other cases? Thank you for the invitation to be here. We, right now at INDEC, are going forward in this process. This comes from an INUT 21 information. We are holding new debates on methodology, but we are right now in this process, and we hope to publish as soon as possible this valuation. Background information. The direction of economy and gender from the economy ministry has done a pilot approximation to this valuation with data from 2013 time use module. There were limited activities involved. This was 2020 when INUT was still being developed. And this from INDEC was done with updated data. Now, this is the experience that was not done by INDEC. I really took the explanation that was published on how this was conducted. Here we have the evaluation from 2020. they used the replacement costs, and this was more conservative. And afterwards, with more information, we will be able to further disaggregate. We used the average value per hour of domestic employment, the number of hours devoted to these tasks, and we used the 18 plus method, and we multiplied the annual amount of TNR. And then this was converted into net pesos and our GDP. And the result was of 15.9% of GDP. As we have seen in the other calculations, this is a greater contribution to the economy as followed by industry and then trade. And how much women contribute? It's amazing, it's incredible, and very consistent throughout the region. 2/3 and 3/4 of this contribution comes from women, unpaid women care. It's amazing to see this as clearly as it has been stated. And this is part of the exercise. And now with ENUT 2021, we have much more disaggregation. In activities, we have 51 activities. And 28 codes for the unpaid labor activities. We are talking about the use of a hybrid valuation for certain selected activities and a general estimation for the rest. But we are going to see what are the differences. We know that the generalist estimation is used in many countries, so it's useful to submit the calculations. But I do not remember whether Freddie or Piedad said that it was pretty good. We believe that the hybrid system may bring in a more precise valuation. Anuta, here we have a high level of segregation activities in care. They have very few cases or have a very small rates. We can see that some may be more disaggregated. We will certainly do so. Anyway, the activities are just a small part of the unpaid total work. For other cases, we would use the generalist valuation and then the input used for the calculation of wages. Here we don't have enough observations. Using the hybrid method in as much as we can, we will continue. And for the rest, the generalist at ENUT, we see there are 3 or 4 activities that take up most times, which are cleaning, home, care, 3/4, 19% in preparing food, meals, and the rest are for different activities. For the wage calculation, the sources, well, we still haven't defined the combination, but it will probably come from the household surveys with net wages. And SIPA is the one that has the recorded wages. Here we still have not defined how to finish off this calculation. Naturally, as we have in the rest of the region, there are high levels of informality. What would be the most representative values to be correct here in figuring out the unpaid work? Another discussion has to do with a big discussion we're holding, and is what time to use, simultaneously or non without simultaneity. We have difficulties. We know that women are the ones that do more tasks on a simultaneous basis. We think that the time will be calculated with simultaneity. But at any rate, there is the possibility of doing both calculations, with and without. But as we see here in the circles of the total activities, 53% is done simultaneously with other tasks. And by gender, women do 61 of these simultaneous activities, meaning the women are the ones that most do these simultaneous activities. So ignoring this or not accounting for them would seem to be making them invisible.
What we did, we have a sample which is reasonably broad, but maybe not as broad, since it also refers to the urban agglomerations, and for locations of 100,000 and more. We tried to compare the behavior that were similar in the smaller and larger groups, and there were not relevant differences. We don't have rural coverage, that is the truth. So one of the challenges today is how to make this projection to smaller locations, and in the future have changed the coverage of the sample in a future survey. So we hope that this evaluation can be published as soon as possible and advance in other instances of the extended survey. We saw that Colombia advanced very much. We would like to reach that stage, and we are sure that we will get it. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Giselle. Realmente.
Thank you so much, Giselle. You're in the midst of the intense aspect of the production and the debate and the definition of all this process that we expect and see that will be very rich and fed by all the experiences. Yes, it is true. It doesn't move. 75%, it doesn't move throughout the region. And let us hope that this process after the pandemic, we are able to move those proportions. We have very little time left. 3 minutes, no, 13 minutes, 13. So as we have said, we are waiting for your participation. Any questions, any comments you may have.
Tengo una consulta.
I have a question for Giselle. After the simultaneity of what you were commenting, in that evaluation, more than 50% of the activities of care conducted in parallel with unpaid work done in parallel with other activities, those activities consider those associated to more passive activities such as watching TV or listening to music, for example, or are they other activities of care? In part, yes. I didn't put it in the presentation because it was too specific. We're analyzing at what level those activities are important for this calculation, such as watching TV. But what we see is that many activities of care are simultaneous with unpaid work as well. So we believe that it would be underestimating them. And in the codes of care, we have passive care. It's not disaggregated from the active care, but we consider the passive care is also care. So we know that in the registry, we know that when we go to ask in the households, it's undervalued. So it would be like lowering relevance with too many objections. So maybe we can analyze those other activities, but in principle, they do share it with a lot of unpaid activities.
Otra pregunta. Norma.
Sí, bueno, aprovechando.
I would like to ask Colombia, Costa Rica, Argentina, whether they share the same concerns with Mexico insofar as incorporating the new international recommendations to the calculation of your satellite accounts, and how are you approaching it? Whoever would like to answer, or the three of you.
Sí, en efecto, nosotros también estamos.
Yes, we're also concerned about the relationship with the voluntary work and incorporating these measurements. So we have considered in the redesign of the next survey. Same thing with Costa Rica. I talked with the staff in charge of the satellite accounts, and they're also working about this. I don't know whether for the second version it will be considered or whether it will be similar to the prior methodology. But they want to publish it in the first 4 months of next year, possibly. They will continue with the old methodology, but at least this is part of something that needs to be reviewed. In Argentina, we're considering it in our first measurement, so we are incorporating all the possible information. Same thing in volunteer work would be excluded from this calculation. Yes, we are looking at all the recommendations to have a baseline that we should not, that hopefully we don't have to modify in the future. Orlando. I have a question for a colleague from Mexico. She said that one of the major challenges is the approach of voluntary work. I wonder if she could expand a bit on whether there's been any progress in that exercise from Mexico and how they have done it. Thank you. Thank you for your question. Basically, the problem is to remove the volunteer work from the account. Right now, most of the accounts in Latin America, we have valued the hours that our population dedicates to voluntary work, be it directly to the community or by a nonprofit organization. In the case of the new recommendations, both of UNC as well as CNN 25, are mostly related to the definitions of ILO, which specify that the production of services for self-consumption are only those destined for the use within the household or for members of our household who are relatives. So it rules out all those productions and services which are not directed to members of the household, all formal volunteer work. If I go to the Red Cross or to a hospital to give my hours of unpaid work, it's not the production of services for my own home or for a relative. So that would be excluded from all this concept of services of self-consumption for the home. So our satellite accounts, we would have to migrate to not value economically the unpaid work hours, referring to volunteer work. That's a challenge to remove it from our account. Or the new accounts, such as in Argentina, they're considering not to include it so that subsequently they don't have to eliminate that valuation. But right now, all our exercises in Latin America, we have the methodology, we apply the same method that for the household work and care. So the main challenge is now to eliminate it from our accounts or to continue to include it. But for an international comparison, we would have to consider how far we would use it in each one of our accounts. Andrea.
Muchísimas gracias, Rosa María.
Thank you so much, Rosa Maria. In line with your last comment, I would like to know, for example, precisely knowing about care, the support networks that are not necessarily by relatives, they may be from the community or neighbors. This framework, I understand, with the new definition, they would be eliminated since they're not directly related. Is there an analysis? I understand their process, but how many percentage points could that affect, knowing that today the majority of the calculations are including that? In the case of Mexico, it's very little. We would be talking of decimals of GDP, 0.3, 0.4 decimals of the national GDP, because the bulk or most of our satellite accounts are within the household work and direct care in our own homes. So even leaving out all the volunteer work, it's very little that would be lost in comparison with the GDP. But the importance was mentioning of our support networks, all the volunteer work that helps us to care for our homes, they would be a little outside of our account. That's why I mentioned that if we decide to maintain it, well, if for the international comparison with the organizations, we would have to eliminate some of those data. I would like to add that we're thinking of the study of the community work because this is not well standardized of when to work, and when we compare it with a differential study, there are some ethnic groups or racial groups that traditionally, what they have done traditionally for many years, and that we're not measuring it in our accounts either. So I believe it's also very important to discuss it. We are doing it in Colombia, and it would be very interesting to have an international comparison. Anybody else would like to comment? As to your last comment, I believe it's still pending to see how we apply the satellite encounters in the indigenous communities, the ethnic communities, because there's other processes of collaboration and integration and community work, which is substantive. And even if we remove volunteer work, it doesn't go below that 75%. But that type of work, I believe, is something we have not captured because we don't have that type of measure for that population, that particular population. I believe that we end with our panel, and thank you so much for your participation. I believe this has been of great wealth, and we've been able to see the situation, how things are interrelated, and how we are advancing in a very positive way. Thank you so much.
Un aviso parroquial.
Some news. There is a list outside that we need to sign, please. Okay, so you came in free of charge, but went out, you have to pay by signing, and then we'll go to coffee.
Y ya pueden recoger también sus credenciales.
You can pick up your credentials, o sea.
Va a haber un receso de 5 minutos, para recuperar tiempo y para no salir tan tarde. 5 minutos. Gracias. Andrea, sin tu apoyo me hubiera enredado más de lo que me enredo.
Los invitamos a tomar.
We invite you to sit down so that we can move on to the next panel.
Bien, vamos con un poco de retraso.
Okay, we are running late for our final session. It's a great pleasure and an honor to be with all of you here. I am Norma Luz Navarro from INEGI, Mexico, and I will have the honor of acting as a moderator for this last session of this very hard day's work. We will conclude with 5 presentations, extremely interesting presentations. And so we begin with this last session of today so that we can subsequently move on to the closing session. A brief introduction. I would like to again repeat what we heard this morning in the sense that the RUT is a fundamental space to reflect and exchange, reflect around and exchange experiences on persistent challenges and good practices with regards to production and usage of time use statistics with a gender perspective, and also to advance towards the standardized tools that provide better standardization, improves the quality of time use statistics, and promote its use for the generation of public policies that contribute to the autonomy of women. Thus, this panel seeks to generate a space for technical exchange to address new needs and the time use surveys that can be catered for in the mid-term and long-term care services through digital channels, virtual care activities, and others that we mentioned during session 2, in accordance with other recent additions to collection operations or identified needs that mechanisms may have in order to promote women or national care systems that we have in some countries of our region. We would like to begin with this panel. We will have 5 panelists, and we will begin with a participation that will provide us with a global approach. And as mentioned, within this framework of working with standards, I hope Iliana Vaca from the UN Statistical Division is online. I am sure that everyone knows her very well, and you're all probably missing her here in ECLAC. Iliana, can you hear us?
Te vemos, Iliana, pero no te escuchamos.
We can see you, but we can't hear you, Iliana. We would like to ask you a question for your presentation. The dynamic of these sessions is something that you're well aware of, but I would like to repeat that nonetheless. We will have 9 minutes for each presentation. I won't be able to show Iliana our time cards, but I am sure that she will exert that self-control, and she will be a good timekeeper. I know her, and I am sure that that will happen. Iliana, please tell us about the challenges faced by countries at a global level in order to measure time use, and some of the tools that have been developed by the group of experts on innovating and effective ways to collect statistics on time use that you coordinate as from the statistical division. Go ahead, please, Iliana. Can you hear me now? Yes, we hear you now. Thank you very much, Norma. Good afternoon, everyone. As you well say, it's a great pleasure for me to be with you all this afternoon. And I have mixed feelings because I would have loved to have been there face to face and to greet everyone and to benefit from the wealth of the discussion, but I have been accompanying you since this morning. The challenge, in addition to time use, is that many of the things that have been prepared for my presentation have already been said during this event, so I'll try to summarize so that I can allow time for discussion. Please let me know if you are able to see my screen.
La vemos, pero no está.
Yes, we can see it, but it's not in presentation mode. Now we can see it. Okay. So, as you well said, Norma, I would like to share some of the reflections of the group of experts on innovating and effective ways to measure time use. And the ideas that we have consolidated in this work since 2018, and to organize my presentation on the challenges of the measurement of time use in three main areas. Challenges linked to the use of information, challenges linked to the resources that are required to reflect and disseminate this information, and some methodological challenges that may not be too surprising for you because many have already been mentioned in previous presentations. I would like to begin by referring to the use of time and to mention something mentioned by the Executive Secretary during the inauguration. The development model of our countries do not reflect the key role of care, despite the fact that the measurements of time use have a long history in our region. So how is it that we can promote a better use of this information for public policy making, and so that they do not simply measure an objective at a regional or global level, but are included as monitoring indicators in development plans or in equality policies? Nadine also mentioned during the inauguration something that I agree with, and I refer to the documentary inertia, something that we often fail in, those of us that produce statistics, in the sense that believing that the information production process ends when the results are disseminated, but we need to go a lot further, how to communicate information so that it may be used and in accordance with the objectives for which it was produced. And in this sense, I also, and this was mentioned by Brenda in one of her presentations, how the challenge of users not attributing or attaching importance to this information and therefore not using this information. And therefore, I believe it's relevant to continue to promote the importance of this information for gender analysis and in order to promote gender equality, and not only to measure, for example, within the framework of the 2030 agenda. We are very sad to know that the analysis that have been done of the information show that no country in the world will reach gender equality by 2030, and how we could use this information in order to accelerate efforts, not only in terms of objective of Goal 5, but as I heard in some of the presentations, how to use this information to measure poverty of time and how to revert this vicious cycle that has to do with monetary policy and time, monetary poverty and time poverty, and how to measure. And here the challenge is how to articulate the statistical community in terms of time use with the community of labor-related statistics. I believe that in 2 weeks' time we will be holding a meeting of labor statistics in October, and how this community has many things to contribute to the community that is measuring the way in which people work, or discussions on the measurement of care work in other communities, and how to also position the issue of the importance of the use of time in the post-2030 agenda. In this sense, this is a provocation to the statistics of to time use statistics in terms of highlighting this role, for example, that it be managed at the same level as some economic or social indicators in many countries, and so that it may be present in the new agendas that will appear after 2030. A lot was said about the economic contribution of labor, of non-paid work, and the challenges implicit in, for example, the review of the national accounts system. Once again, we call upon the articulation of the statistical community with other communities, if that has happened at a country level, in those countries that were able to calculate satellite accounts. Perhaps that is not happening as strongly with regional and global discussions, and therefore today I heard in the previous session that many of the methodologies that have been proposed at a global level will imply challenges in the measurement of how we're calculating satellite accounts in countries in the region. So this is a provocation and an invitation to expand the audiences that we're able to summon we have a lot of work in our region in terms of entering into alliances with national statistics offices and the mechanisms to promote the plight of women. But I still believe that we should try to promote time use information to other stakeholders who are not as convinced or are unaware of this methodological effort and this the progress that this community has made. And this morning, I think Mauricio mentioned also the potential that the time use survey has, and sometimes this is left out of discussions, and we don't measure dimensions that go beyond care, such as the quality of life during personal time, time for sports, or time or rest, time to rest. And the statistical community has the possibility of benefiting from the discussion of these experts on time use and the contribution that they may make, for example, to discuss indicators and to go beyond the GDP. I very quickly looked at the CEA agenda, and I know that there will be a group focusing on the measurement of well-being and how we can how efforts of different working groups can begin to be articulated so that time use institutions not only work with those that are already convinced of this work. In this sense, I believe that the message I would like to convey to you is how we can make a time use information or how time use information can change the way in which we measure progress and find innovating ways to measure public policies. The second aspect has to do with something that I mentioned, that has been mentioned by practically all those that have delivered presentations in previous sessions, in the sense that there are increasing demands, and on the other hand, resources are limited. Increased greater demands in terms of the granularity of information, both at the level of the detail of the activities that time use surveys should encompass, demands on improving the quality of data. I believe discussions have been very rigorous in terms of how we can make some of the challenges faced presently by countries can be overcome so that users can have quality information at hand. The use of the issue of the use of information that I've just mentioned, but on the other hand, how at the same time we reduce the burden for the respondent, how we simplify coding processes in a scenario of human resources that are specialized in order to deal with these types of surveys. I believe that Uruguay mentioned the challenges posed by the latest collection of the time use survey in terms of the training period that they required for um, the people applying this survey and how they changed from their questions in Argentina and how they had to train both the those that conducted these interviews and how they processed the data in accordance with this new methodology. One of the messages I'd like to leave with you is to understand time use surveys as part of a statistical information ecosystem. I think it was Mauricio who mentioned, for example, that often we cannot ask or we cannot ask everything from time use surveys. There are other surveys that may be used, but it's important for countries to have which types of information will respond to different issues and how to incorporate different modules or different creative ways of bridging certain information vacuums. I was surprised by the exercise conducted by Argentina in terms of attaching a number uh, to care systems, not to increase the demand without increasing the demand for financial resources. We could respond to the concerns of public policies. And one of the issues that we have discussed at a global issue is how to use ITCs in order to modernize time use surveys, both to analyze contents, reduce processing time, the integration of data, and to provide users, for example, with different mechanisms to approach them. An example was given by Colombia, when in the case of the pandemic, they offered the population, the selected population, the possibility of conducting the interview over the phone. Other countries are, for example, offering the option for those that wanted to respond to time use surveys using mobile apps or surveys conducted via internet. And once again, a single solution for all is not the message, but rather how the combination of different instruments and different collection methods can cater for these global challenges, but also the challenges that continue to be important in this region.
Regarding the more methodological challenges, we take a look at the activities, simultaneous activities, experts groups at a global scale have reached an agreement regarding supervision or oversight and are still, well, we're still addressing some challenges because with the introduction of this, at the introduction of this session, we talked about remote care, and oversight is important when the person that requires the care is at and the person that is providing the care are at a distance. So when physical contact is not possible, remote care is an option, but in this case it wouldn't be. And of course, we look to make this operational, and it's important to measure the liabilities and to reach an agreement of what it is that we want to measure and how we're going to treat this information. Are we going to include it in the indicators? Are we going to include it in the evaluation of unpaid work? Will we not? What is the market appreciation of these activities? So it's a series of methodological approaches, and technological change is also important. For example, how to use the time use information to measure household production. I don't think any country in the world is achieving this, but it is one of the recommendations that are coming. National household surveys attempt to shed some light on the evaluation of the production in the household. Also, information on remote work and the changes in the behavior of men and women. Productivity, is telework more or less productive? Another thing that several countries, not only in our region, but in other regions, have been looking at is that our instruments at present don't allow us, or the samples aren't sufficient to identify the difference between those who receive education in a more traditional manner or sometimes in a remote fashion. And we've seen after the pandemic that there's been a dual perspective. There's people who are in charge of boys and girls that are receiving remote information, remote education. I'm going to conclude quickly with the target population. I'm not going to delve into detail as we don't have enough time, but one of the methodological challenges continues to be not leaving anyone behind, how to reflect information on time use in different populations. Some countries don't have representativeness at a rural scale. We're not measuring the time use in indigenous populations. In many cases, it's not being measured, and in some cases, the conversation on the experts group also verse on boys and girls and how to measure their time use, since the instruments that we've designed are not necessarily accounted for. I wanted to comment that at the end of March next year, we're going to present to the entire statistics community the guide to produce statistics on time use. The idea is that all our information be aligned, and of course it brings some new details, some new approaches, and it will be accompanied by the new time use guidelines, and we hope that it will be productive for all to contribute to this repository with new methodologies that you may have documented or analysis documents, anything that may continue to add to and collaborate with this effort that has been made by all our countries. I hope I wasn't too long. Thank you. Thank you. We are a little bit late, but you answered and summarized everything that we had mentioned in the morning, and of course the news that we will soon have this international guide. We will continue with Giselle Pawlowski from the Statistics Office in Argentina. Giselle, in Argentina, with the lifting of RUT 2021, perhaps you could share the methodological aspects, the key aspects that were implemented. Have you adopted any new way of collecting information? And how did you look at these good practices? Have you evaluated the methodologies? And what rejection rates have you had? So we have the measurement system. Oh, there it is. Yes, we're talking about social statistics for measuring welfare and well-being, actually, and it's something that we have been working on with all the countries before launching these surveys. This is a very specific survey. The universe is a population of persons 14 years and older. It is a national urban setting with 100,000 inhabitants and more, 28,520 homes. The people interviewed were one member of the household, 14 years and over, and randomly selected. These are some of the activities, but perhaps this is, I believe, the more key part of all this. We've recorded up to 3 simultaneous activities in these 10-minute segments. It was done with a mobile device. The reference period was 24 hours before the day of the interview, and they were done simultaneously. We've discussed this extensively, what methodology to use. So in the past, we used the diaries and diary of activities, and each country has its own limitations, its restrictions. So for us, this was a way to better record all the activities. We cannot deny that we were a little afraid in the beginning. It was extremely complex, and we didn't know how it would turn out in practice, but it did work well. And mobile devices were developed for that, and that was one of the most important things that we did so that this would work out well. So basically, we were collecting simultaneous tasks, and as we know, this happens mostly amongst women. So the mobile device was a tablet, and it allowed the members of the household to enter social demographic information easily. And it was a very easy and friendly graphic environment that helped with colors and all sorts of intuitive formats for the respondent. And the idea was for this to come out in 2019. Then we thought about 2020. The pandemic came about. It was our first survey, so we didn't want to have a baseline with pandemic information. So we waited, but it finally did come out, and we have been working with paper and diaries. It was somewhat complex, and we were looking to have some positive responses for the activities, and we knew that it had to be done with a mobile device, otherwise it would be too difficult to do. So this is what you see in the mobile app. It is a grid with activities. You see the hours, the actual times, and you see the tabs for the activities. And each row is 10 minutes on the left-hand side. The tabs have colors for each activity, each topic. And the beginning is 0 hours. There's some initial activities. But the idea was to be able to collect this information and put the story together. You know, if the person was sleeping, fine, they were sleeping. And if they touched the cells, the activities would pop up and the time selection was done, and you could see how long it took them to carry out the given task. And the idea was to collect as much information as possible. The human resource was extremely important here. Very important to recall all the previous activities. So the time, how long it took them, and the activities carried out until that time. And it would also ask, did you do anything else at the same time? Yes, I did. I was taking care of my child. So they would mark on the other column the other activities they were carrying out while answering. Here you have the groups of the codes. The care codes were 17 in all, and we had different forms of care: personal, health, other age groups. We didn't want to add too many icons, so we created a flow chart of the type of care, who I take care of. Is it a family member in another home? Is it a member of another home that is not a family member? For example, if it's, say, the grandchild, but he or she lives in another house. So all these filter questions would guide the respondent so that there was less margin errors. And there was a question also on the age groups. Here we have the main questions. These were suggestions. The surveyor would put them together depending on the information, but there was basically for unpaid work, which was the main activity, and then it would ask whether they had done anything else in the meantime. There's many activities that we have recorded, and perhaps it's not a very common phenomenon to do 2 or 3 things at the same time. So we feel that this simultaneity was important to be recorded. Another important aspect for the activity log to work well was training the surveyors to carry out their role on the field. So we worked with the INDEC campus, and they were trained virtually in each province, and they in turn, the coordinators in turn, trained their groups. Again, the training was virtual for all coordinators. It was the first virtual training that was done after the pandemic with the resources that we had, which were virtual. And it required a lot of resources, videos, and concepts. And there were some written materials, PDFs, and other synchronic instances that were applied.
Conceptual al final de la capacitación.
Training for all roles. This was a key. Well, this is a complicated survey, as we know. And if we are not well trained in the activities and identifying them, it's difficult to research. We naturally always maintain communication. There's a lot of consultation involved, and we solve things on the go. We are including new training. We are systematizing this kind of training. And then we worked on the households with posters and also communication through WhatsApp. We would try to send information, flyers, and this kind of communication. Now, how is we would have messages such as how do you use your leisure time? How do you spend your time? Now, 62% of response rate from households and individual response rate, 92%. So this is quite interesting. We haven't had any problems with this. And answers for care tasks. We had rescue questions at the end of the questionnaires asking, for example, have you cared for young people, for children, or older persons? And people would answer yes, but that they had not been entered in the questionnaire as a result. And finally, I have three considerations on these activities. Passive care, we have this in the definitions of care activities. And we did have strong discussions on passive care. We believed that it was important and that we had to be aware of this. We also made questions on the purpose of the activity. For example, people would say, okay, I was with my cell phone. Okay, what was that for? Why did you need to talk by the phone? That sort of thing. So recorded the activity through purpose or finality and not the mean. And here we can improve, but this is what we saw. And then specific use. I think this is a debate that must be conducted. Use of technology is important, but we cannot over or underestimate it. And finally, we had questions on the care strategies of the households. We wanted to know how the households face this. Who cares? Is it paid? And who pays? And the same for the older persons who do not live there. And this would be it. Thank you. Thank you, Giselle. I know you don't have it. There wasn't enough time for everything you had to tell us, but this was very interesting. I wanted to leave time for questions in the end. So now we give the floor to Halim Brizan, who is the Regional Statistics Program Director from CARICOM. Karen, please tell us about the Caribbean experience in piloting these surveys in the pilot projects. And what was identified in view of the implementation of time use surveys? And do you have a minimum rate of activities that's as seen in the methodological guidelines for the region? You have 9 minutes, Halim.
Everyone. So I'll speak about our experience in CARICOM measuring time use on unpaid care and domestic work. So, but before that, let me say that data on time use is very limited in the region, in our region, sub-region. And surveys are done on an ad hoc basis. And very few countries incorporated time use in their surveys. Our first experience is Jamaica. So Jamaica is the only country to implement a time use module that included all 9 activities of time use according to the classification of time use activities for Latin America and the Caribbean. And this module was incorporated in the Survey of Living Conditions 2018. The data was captured at the 2-digit level, and the module was completed by persons 18 years and older, and the report was published. The results was published in the Survey of Living Conditions report, which was collaborative effort between the Statistics Institute of Jamaica and the Planning Institute of Jamaica. So these are the questions, standard questions. In the interest of time, I wouldn't go through them, right? But I would say that for each of the questions, each of the sub-activities was separately recorded in terms of the time spent on each of these activities. So they covered all the 9 major domains. However, interesting enough, 3 additional questions were added which focus on the activity that the respondent liked doing the least, the activity they liked doing the most, and also who answered for this respondent. And we see from the Grenada experience that this is important because the proxy respondent can underreport time use. Dominica also had some experience, and they would have captured the issue of time use broadly in the 2000 and 2010 census round by asking the question on the number of hours worked for paid employment and the time taken to travel to work, as well as the number of hours on average spent per week on household work, and which includes the cleaning the house, laundry, care of children, care of the elderly. Trinidad and Tobago is another country, the region that have some experience, would have incorporated the issue of time use in the 2000 round of the Population and Housing Census, and where they added a section on time spent on household and other activities. And 11 questions were asked. I categorized them in these 5 categories of the classification, and you would realize that not all of the major activities are accounted for in each of the categories, and it's only 5 of the domains that are reflected here. In terms of the measurement of unpaid care and domestic work in CARICOM, this was initiated by a decision of the 40th Council of Human and Social Development on Gender on June 3rd and 4th, 2021, under the agenda item on measuring sustainable development for Goal 5. And I think that the main recommendation as it relates to time use is that member states introduce questions on unpaid care and domestic work in their national surveys and censuses. So this would have led to the development of the module on unpaid care and domestic work for CARICOM countries, so that that module is to be incorporated into the census and surveys. This was designed by a UN Women consultancy with Grenada Statistics Office as the pilot, as was reported before. The module includes 4 questions. The first focus on work around the home. Second, looking after children who live in the household, and it was also extended to who are family members who do not live in the household. Also, likewise, caring for the elderly, sick or disabled adult family members who live in this household or who are family members who do not live in this household. The last question, getting fuel or water for use by this household. I think in the case of Grenada, they felt that this was not that this was not necessary, not relevant, seeing that there's a high level of access to water and also access to fuel. However, I think what seemed to be most relevant is the time taken for getting gas, which I believe was incorporated in the question on domestic work. Okay, so as reported, Grenada conducted a pilot both in the 4th quarter of 2020 and the 1st quarter of 2021, and the experience was different because the conditions were not the same. So, for example, in the 1st quarter of 2021, there was a 2-day training in concepts, methodology, and the field staff also had the opportunity to do practice interviews. However, in the 4th quarter 2020, there was no formal training of the field staff. In the 1st quarter 2021, there was a 1-day period used as a reference period for monitoring unpaid work. In the 4th quarter 2020, the reference period was 1 week. In the 1st quarter 2021, the actual time spent in unpaid work was recorded in hours and minutes. And in the 4th quarter, the time recorded was to the nearest hour. In the 1st quarter 2021, the survey, it was mostly self-reported, whereas in the 4th quarter, it was mostly reported by proxy respondent. And the issue of recall, the use of proxy respondent and the lack of training resulted in an underreporting of time spent on unpaid care and domestic work. And the 4th quarter 2020 actually reflected less time spent on unpaid work than the 1st quarter, which is rather surprising, since it's expected that in the 4th quarter, which includes preparation for the Christmas season, that households would be more engaged in domestic work. However, the data revealed that 65% and there was a 65% and 43% increase in time spent on domestic work by females and males respectively. So there was definitely some quality issues there. These are the countries who have agreed to incorporate the module in the census to report on SDG indicator 5.4.1. In terms of challenges with unpaid care and domestic work as a module in survey and census, this created a challenge for census, given the importance of self-reporting on that particular question in the census. It can actually slow the process of enumeration, since each person in the household is expected to report on this question. Each person in the household 15 years and older, I should say. Also, census may not be the ideal instrument, although it would present the information by locality. Given the seasonality in time use, it would be better for this module to be incorporated in a quarterly survey to get an accurate annual average, which should be representative of unpaid care and domestic work. The labor force survey pilot was not the ideal baseline, as it was done during the pandemic, which can also have a significant impact on the amount of time spent on unpaid care and domestic work. Also, another challenge was the inability to spread the interviews evenly throughout the week. This was not practical. Ideally, we would want enumerators to spread their interviews, however, would not be economical for them to do that, and it would be too time consuming. In terms of the implementing the proposed minimum set of time use activities for Latin America and the Caribbean, I think this is very important for CARICOM countries to be able to provide a comprehensive overview of the activities of both men and women on the work that they carry out in terms of the time that they spend on paid and unpaid work, right? But I also believe that an important first step is the reporting on indicator 5.4.1. And countries who have achieved this can then consider adding the other areas of time use as prescribed by the minimum set of time use activities in their various survey instruments, right? However, our challenge in the region is and has always been the lack of resources. And for us to be able to meet the demands of reporting on the minimum set of time use activities, then we would have to make that appeal to international development partners to assist with the funding and the resource constraints to resolve the resource constraints and the capacity constraints of our CARICOM statistics offices. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Salim. Efectivamente, pues alegra.
Thank you so much, Salim. Actually, we're very pleased to learn about the exercises done in the CARICOM countries and some recent exercises particularly, and to know that little by little, this minimum set of the methodological guideline for the region is being rolled out. Thank you so much. Time is so limited. We continue with Brazil. We will divide the participation. 5 minutes for Andrea Diniz, and then 5 minutes for Carolina. Andrea comes from the Brazilian Institute of Geography and Statistics. The question for Andrea is, Brazil, we know that currently you don't have a time use survey, but you have a module of household surveys. What has the experience been of advancing in the creation of specific research in time use? Have you considered new dynamics in the use of time to consider them in the survey of time use and consider the methodological characteristics?
Presentation. Okay. So our road to the survey started in 1992 when we started including a set of questions in our household survey. We went ahead just after in 2001. We are lucky to have the National School of Statistical Science, and there we have training for staff of IBG, and it's a training that's a practice. So we did a practice on conducting a time use survey into this course, into this training for the staff of IBG. And then we organized in 2007 the first international seminar on the use of on time use that was held at IBG to discuss the best way of preparing and conducting a survey on the matter. Went ahead with the creation of the gender and time use studies that was conducted by a committee. We we made a committee at the federal government, so it's an interagency of the government committee. What gives to us the possibility of using different data sources for the use for the study of gender and time use. And then we did a very large scale pilot test that was conducted in 2009. I just show some information in the interest of the time. I don't go very into that, but I just show you how it was done. Okay, that's there. It was conducted in 5 states of Brazil. We have 5 regions, so 1 state in each region. And at the end of the day, at the end of the test, we got more than 5,000 diaries, valid diaries, completed and sorry, because I skipped. I will go to the method we used. We used the diary, and then we delivered the diary. They filled that out along 24 hours, and then we came back the day after with a handheld device to make the interview. So back, we got more than 5,000 diary completed with the 2 stages. I go a bit faster here. It's just the image of the diary. I will not read it. What we did was that we had this diary that was filled out and collected the day after. That's the handheld device we used to make the data collection. We had also some additional questions, context questions. The presentation will be available, so I will not read the question in the interest of the time. We had the coding phase. Just a few words on the. I have to pass here because I cannot see what is in there, so I have to manage both. Just a few comments on the advantage of using the diary, because everybody knows about that. So it's the more detailed information about activities, and you can capture simultaneous activity much better. But otherwise, we have some challenges. We had difficulty finding again the same person that filled out the diary, the paper diary, the day after. There is also a lack of willing or time of people to fill out the diary every 15-minute line. So it was really a challenge. Some people with writing difficulties. Not everybody in Brazil knows how to write and to read and to write. So we got this kind of challenge too. And difficulty for people to remember secondary activities. So I think that may be common challenge, but it's nice to share here. We also faced that. Going directly to the state of art, what we have now. We have this module that Norma mentioned in our household survey. We put this module into 2022 the last time, and next time will be 2024. There we have 4 questions on the production for own consumption, unpaid work, household work, and caring for others. It may be children, it may be elder people. We have also, the government has created an interministerial group on time use and gender. So we have now a new group that's studying the best way of doing that. And last but not least, IBG intends to have a really an independent survey. We got first COVID as everybody, but we got also some trouble to finish the 2020 census that was held in 2022. The idea is that IBG starts now preparing an independent service. That is the willing of doing. Of course, as everybody, we have no money to do that so easily, but the willing is very important because now we got a new direction, the National Statistical Office, and we have a chance to get some support to make the survey. Thank you very much. I hope I didn't ask that much. Thank you.
Muchas gracias por compartirnos justamente Thank you so much for sharing this progress that you've had to have an independent survey. And we complete this vision of Brazil with the participation of Carolina Miranda from the National Secretariat of Care and Family. And we ask Carolina, in view of the definition, implementation of the policy of care in Brazil, what has the experience been and the need of identifying demand indicators and distribution of care in the households? And what information do you consider must be collected in the time use surveys to cater for the requirements of information? It's a pleasure to see you, Carolina. Please go ahead. Thank you so much, Norma. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you, even though at a distance. I'm sorry I could not be there, but I sent my warm greetings to everyone there. Responding to your question, I would like to share with you the processes in which we are, what are we doing, and where are we here in Brazil. First of all, we have since March 2023 an interministerial working group whose objective is to elaborate the national policy of care, the plan, and also a diagnosis about the social organization of care in the country. That group is coordinated by the National Secretariat of Care in the Ministry of Social Development, which I represent, jointly with the National Secretariat of Economic Autonomy of Women and Policy of Care of the Ministry of Labor in Brazil. The group has close to 17 ministries participating, apart from other public agencies, among which we have IBG, and also collegiate bodies of the country with the participation of persons from other entities. Brazil is a federal republic, so that working group permits the creation of technical groups to develop in-depth certain topics. And we have a technical group on the household workers, others to see the legislative issues, and a specific one about information systems. And the objective of that group is being fed in part by that technical group of information systems, where we have been advancing in some specific points for that diagnosis. On the one hand, we have been discussing the public problem of care and also developing a tree of the problems in care. We're also surveying information and indicators that speak of the need of care in the Brazilian society and what the offers are for care, be they at the municipal, state, national level, and also the public, private, and community supply. What type of information have we used? Administrative records, particularly those linked to education, non-contributory social care, health, and also we are using heads of household surveys, the continuous energy survey, which is a household survey. And the last years, apart from the classical modules of the core module, there's also some specific modules which are of interest in a process of creation of a national plan for care. For example, that on persons with disability or work with children, or the module of other forms of work that, as we heard from a colleague from IBG, they raise some information of time use. We're also using the information of the National Health Survey and the results available of the last census done in 2022-2023. I believe that here my colleague already mentioned some points, but just to reinforce that Brazil does not have a survey or a module specific for time use, but we have questions in a module called labor, and also we had a pilot in 2009. In spite, as Adriana said, that Brazil since 1992 is asking questions about time use, so we are a pioneer country, including them in the 90s. We have not had an evolution as other countries in the region, and we only have 2 questions today about the time dedicated to domestic work and unpaid work. This question, unfortunately, does not allow us to obtain the disaggregation. We need to identify the more critical activities and the need for care where the families, particularly women, spend more time.
This is information that is very relevant for policies able to respond to the needs of society, nor are they sufficient to estimate the contributions that unpaid care and domestic work done primarily by women, and in our countries primarily by Afro-descendant women, the contribution that makes to our economy. Thus, with the purpose of achieving detailed or obtaining better detailed information in terms of time use, we are advancing in some points. We have created a technical group on time use, which where the IPG takes care, the Ministry of Labor, the Ministry of Women, the Ministry of Finance, and experts, both national and international. In fact, this has involved the participation of Liliana Vaca when it comes to the more conceptual issues and international developments on time use. And so that group has tried to work based on international standards and on the Latin American guideline for time use, and also with the points agreed on in the global guideline. And with that work, we hope that that group will be able to advance towards an agreement on how, given the limitations that we face and that were mentioned by my colleague, we can move towards having better information on time use in Brazil, so that we can transform information into data, data into information, and information into policy decisions. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Carolina, for providing us with this vision on the care system. I'm sure you are working jointly on this in order to establish specific requirements. I know we're running late, but perhaps I'd like to open up the floor to 2 questions so that we can move on to the closing ceremony. Just 2 questions for our panelists, only 2, and then we close, if there are any. Okay, it seems that everyone wants to move on to the closing session. Very well. Well, we thank our panelists, and we now would like to offer the floor to Celia Aguilar from InMujeres Mexico, to Mauricio Rodriguez Abreu from INEGI Mexico, to Gabriela Rosero, head of the Office of UN Women Chile, Ana Westmes, director of the Gender Affairs Division of ECLAC. So we offer them the floor, and we would thus begin with Celia for her closing remarks. Please go ahead, Celia. Thank you very much, Norma. It is truly a great pleasure to find this how we are tuned into everything that has been working, and this construction of the study of surveys and the relationships and links between these surveys and all the other information systems in order to achieve a transformation. I would like to highlight what was mentioned twice by Giselle. First of all, that the measures that we have, both in terms of time use of women in domestic work and care, and also the persistence of violence against women, which is something that we measure with a different survey, remains unchanged. Those figures, those results remained unchanged. And if they change, it's for the worse. So I believe that we should promote these instruments further so that they can have a greater impact upon macroeconomic aspects. A question was asked about how to make these measures have an impact on macroeconomics so that we can truly understand that these are not instruments for the well-being of women, but rather instruments for fair and equitable development and the healthy development of our planet. And that is what is not understood when we speak about those instruments, because there is a vision of women, and statistics started with that, pointing towards vulnerabilities, towards needs, and towards the needs, the unsatisfied needs of women. But we have not been able to change our perspective in order to also evidence the potential that women have, the capacities that they have, who with their unpaid work maintain the planet or keep the planet working. And that is not a weakness or an unsatisfied need, but rather an injustice of the economic system because it's unpaid work. So I believe it's very important to deal with this not as a sort of remedy for women, but rather as a different vision of the economy, a different vision of work, a different vision of the economic system
El gasto social
that analyzes social expenditure as a lost expenditure and that views economic investment as the only economic investment. We need to transform our perspective, our view, and envisage expenditure as investment. Care, for example, the state and services for domestic work and care work is an investment, and that is evidenced by the accounts that we establish, by the studies that we conduct. But but it is not understood because we simply look at gender issues as something that resolves the problems of women instead of viewing gender issues with a different perspective for a different world, and that includes men and women in a different type of development. That is what we refer to when we say that we want to find a new paradigm. And a new paradigm would would imply that we have to work so that we don't end up with the same results every single year when we meet in these events. I believe that we could make progress here so that the synergies, the knowledge, the progress, all that is substantive, but we must make that impact where it has to impact and not within the closed circle of gender. And ECLAC is here that is doing that. That takes us to a different world, to a different level. And in that sense, I would like to say that this is an excellent meeting. I was saying to Andrea that this creature is 21 years old now, has already come of age, and should therefore develop and impact the world in which it lives. Thank you very much. Now, Mauricio Rodriguez Abreu, Director of Socio-Demographic Statistics in INEGI Mexico. Thank you, Norma. Thank you for this opportunity of participating in this closing ceremony of the 21st International Meeting on Specialists in Information on Time Use and Unpaid Work. I was remembering that 10 years ago was the first time I participated in this meeting. I hadn't participated for a long time. Since then, but that enables me to contrast and view how much progress we have made and to identify certain areas around which we must continue to work. This day, we have heard experiences from different statistics offices who shared their experiences and challenges in the process of generating information and methodologies and statistics on time use. There are indeed many areas of opportunities that involve collection of information, and up until adhering to international recommendations that are always a challenge for statistical offices, but we must acknowledge how much progress we have made. We have made a lot of progress, and we must acknowledge that work and acknowledge all of you who, over the years, have taken part in these meetings, have worked on these surveys and made tremendous efforts. We can generate detailed information, and we do that on many occasions, but we must remember that the information process or the generation of statistical information doesn't end simply with the publication of results. We must disseminate all that, and this was mentioned a while ago by Iliana, if I'm not wrong. We also must assess the process itself, document experiences, so that those that are just joining this process can continue with our steps and learn from what we have already learned. And so we must continue to share our experiences in these types of fora, the experience of different countries, so that we can make better progress with those statistics and with that information. There are also many challenges. I identify here the incorporation of new technologies, not only in the collection of information, because we're already accustomed to using devices to collect information in several surveys, but also in terms of the dynamics of care and work that have acquired great relevance during the pandemic, but that are still with us and will continue to be with us in terms of how the work is done, how care is provided, and even when it comes to medical consultations, schools, training of everyone. We have heard how training was provided to enumerators, and we must incorporate all that in our processes in order to measure them. We clearly take away many lessons, many tasks. I took note of many of them. But we must continue with our efforts in order to raise these statistics to the level of other statistics, so that it is not something that we ourselves use and that we're knowledgeable of, but to take that further. And satellite accounts have enabled us to provide relevance to this, but we know that there are other activities that cannot that must be highlighted because they are relevant for people, so that people can, for example, have time for recreational purposes, which is something very important for people. And we must also respond to the demand in terms of the detailed information and its timeliness. But we must also work with limited resources, and therefore we must make an effort to link these surveys and all this information and statistical procedures that are novel procedures. So I would like to thank all panelists today and all those that followed this event via internet and that have accompanied us today. Thank you. Now I would like to offer the floor to Gabriela Rosero, who is head of the UN Women Office in Chile. Once again, good afternoon, everyone. I heard Celia when she spoke about the 21 years and what this has meant, and therefore let us start from there. We need to celebrate the strategic and sustainable alliance that we've had here. For 21 years, we have built a consensus and we have shared knowledge in order to promote the contribution of women to the economy and the inequality gap. So my gratitude and special thanks to Celia, Aguilar, Rodriguez, Ana Huesme, who have all enabled us to be present here with us here today. I would also like to express my gratitude for our colleagues from UN Women, from the Regional Office of UN Women, Andrea and Teresa, who have participated and have accompanied you during this event. I understand that it was 4 sessions, very enriching sessions. One, in order to get to know the progress and the recent results of the data collection on time use in Uruguay, Costa Rica, Argentina, Colombia, and Guatemala, finding as a common aspect that this type of work is conducted primarily by women, still limiting their economic autonomy. We also heard how the level of education, the presence of women, girls, and dependent women at home have an impact on the care burden. In the second session, we highlighted the importance for updated information within a context of establishing national care systems that many countries are working on in our region, and also reflections on how information should be much more precise in order to reflect the different needs of the population and the different contexts, always with an intersectional perspective. The operationalization of our reality involves creating new conceptual frameworks guiding the production of information. And we also highlighted the usefulness of maps and geospatial information and other studies and analyses that should guide this or should inform policy making. With regards to evaluation of unpaid domestic and care work in the national accounts, we presented the important progress made by countries in the region. In this sense, I would like to highlight the importance of the fact that these meetings continue to be a space to share technical aspects, what has worked or what has not worked, good practices, and favor South-South cooperation between countries that for many years have been estimating this information. In the session on the dynamics of time use, we outlined future aspects considering international frameworks and the commitments of the 2030 agenda, and also the importance of bringing to the fore digital means and making use of new information technologies. Thus, I would like to highlight what was mentioned by Mauricio in terms of what we have to do now is to move from good practices, from lessons learned, and from what we have shared today so that we can build a more present, a better reality, and a joint reality. I would like to reiterate the support of UN Women in order to incorporate these good practices and lessons learned today, as I said this morning, because this will imply that we can have an impact on public policy, on budgets, on legislative changes needed by our countries and our region in order to advance towards gender equality and the empowerment of women. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Y para cerrar.
Thank you very much. To conclude, we would like to offer the floor to Ana Westmis, Director of Gender Affairs Division of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. And she will be formally concluding the meeting. Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues, friends who have joined us in this path, very inspiring, challenging, with increasingly positive results. It's been 21 years of international meetings, specialists, and on time use, unpaid work and time use. And we have first had it back-to-back with the CA meeting. And this has been truly generous day, although all countries have brought their experience to share their challenges or experiences. And this has been wonderful. As Mauricio said, that shows the maturity of our communities. I would also like to highlight that we are here representing 25 countries for the first time, with a huge presence of the Caribbean. That has been a great contribution, and it fills us with joy as a region, especially Rachel and Haline, who have presented, and all you colleagues who have joined us today. We also have 14 directors of statistics offices. It's a lot. I am extremely taken aback and excited because that shows the commitment and how this is taking our statistics systems by storm. That motivates us enormously. Thank you very much for having been here and for being part of this enthusiasm. It is also a moment to thank all of you, your teams, the team that has been coordinating the agendas. Thank you on behalf of INEGI, Norma Navarro, and for INE Mujeres, Andrea Aguilar, for UN Women, Tere Guerra, Statistics Division, it would be Elena Vaca, who is online joining us, and of course, Garcia Rojas, Francisco Ulloa, Catalina Valencia, all those of you who have been here with us today. I'd like to ask a huge round of applause to everyone who has made this possible. I hope you have felt comfortable. We've had interpreting, we've had the conference division, all the teams that have made today possible. And I'd like to thank your participation. As Jose Manuel Salazar mentioned, we find ourselves in a cascading multidimensional crisis that is persisting. Some have deepened in these last few years. And here on ECLAC's side, we have the Buenos Aires commitment, and the members adopted it, seeking to put life and the care of the planet, of people, self-care at the core. And this commitment, I'd like to recall paragraph 34, it's in your program, which says that the countries have agreed to encourage the accounting of the multiplying factors, promoting the care economy and women's work and their women in all their diversity and their work, and the macroeconomic impact of this care economy, even through the periodic measurement of time use and needs, as well as demand of care in all territories. Unpaid work in national accounts is to be incorporated, and of course, exercises to calculate and estimate costs and care policies and care systems. This is much more ambitious than what Celia reminded us this morning that we started with in Mar del Plata and Beijing. We have huge experience, and this territorial dimension of care, maps that we have seen, we also understand that this time use dimension is key to make evident this unequal distribution of power, resources, and work, wealth, and time. It is important to put all this in this sustainability model. And we know that we have some countries that have a measurement, and when we go to the calculation of indicator 541, which is the proportion of time dedicated to domestic work and care disaggregated by sex, we only have 18. When we measure economic aspects, we have 10, but we're counting 5. So the idea is to look at how we're going to make this more systematic, and there's countries joining. We also have standards that have been agreed upon with methodological guidelines and different proposals depending on the capacity and the moment that each country finds itself in. So it is important that statistics be official and that the use be through public policies, state policies, and that they be consistent, progressive, and ideally universal. So it's extremely important to share with you that we enjoyed this very much. When we launched the practice community, we took a look at which ones had been more useful in the care economy, and basically it was the use of time. So this virtuous circle between production and usage that we have promoted so much in these meetings is also closing every time. So we are preparing an informative summary with ideas and the different comments that have been made, the presentations with the minutes and the different projects that are left in the repositories, so that you can have them as soon as possible. I'd like to add something. I believe that the pandemic showed us two main topics. One is the importance and value of care. It's important to help, but also to redistribute care. And today I feel that it's also important to think about the relevance of this continuing care and self-care. We need to leave time for self-care. Normally in our region, it's remnants of our time, very scarce remnants of that. And in this sense, you know that in the region, our country's adopted an indicator that was total work time. You have reflected this in the observatory with much difficulty. We are a region that still has many shortcomings regarding the work hours, and we have made some progress in terms of paternity leaves. And there's still a lot to be done. We need to rethink the work market, the labor market, and rethink the timing and the distribution of work, especially how we distribute time in our daily lives, our personal lives. And the average working hours, as was mentioned this morning, is over 50 hours a week in general. Although these aren't comparable statistics, but in practically all countries, women work more, but they work more in an unpaid fashion. But when we think about how many hours are dedicated to recreation, to leisure, or social events, we're talking about 10 hours a week, between 10 and 15 hours. So in general, for women, it's around 1 hour less per week compared to men. I feel it is a moment, and we've talked about this with Giselle, the multitasking and this model that forces you to be here, but you're also in 10 other places at the time. You need to be answering, thinking, approving, discussing. I believe it is a model that is inviting us to make a pause, to take a break and rethink the right to self-care, time, a specific time for us to take care of ourselves. So we are inviting you to look at it from this perspective. It has been an honor, and we will continue this week in the 12th Statistics Conference of the Americas. We will be looking at all these topics in depth, and of course from the gender perspective for the production of statistics. We would like to once again thank you, Mauricio, for the chairmanship of INEGI. It has been a very active working group with very positive participation of the statistics groups and of women. So I would like to invite all of us to practice self-care. We are finishing on time. And I would like to invite you to read the South Korean philosopher Lee In-choi, who writes about not necessarily resting to be productive, but resting to reconnect with the essential, to enjoy with others. And I would like to leave you with this task. Just enjoy this beautiful city. There's a beautiful park next door, and there is a lot to see and enjoy in Santiago. And we will see you tomorrow. And those of you who are returning, safe travels. Good afternoon.